Rickard. So I guess we take off where Jubei has walked past the party, is taking Davia to her room in his arms, and then lays her down in her bed as he sits down on her bed next to her as she sits there like a quadriplegic.
Once he sets her down, she kind of crosses her arms, just lets herself just lay back.
Yeah. I guess you can move, you just can't walk. You're you're
Yeah,
you're you're biplegic. Your legs don't work.
exactly.
uh, he just sits down next and goes, kind of looks around a little nervously, and he's noticing Davia, looking at Davia on the bed is, uh, do you need anything?
Gaze slowly moves toward him. Oh God, you're not going to be like this the whole time, are you?
No, sorry, Davy. It's just he's just gonna have a little smile on his face. It's just um, it's well, he's just gonna collapse down next to her. Go. It's a lot, isn't it? I mean,
She returns her gaze back out to the ceiling, resting both her hands over her stomach, just kind of crisscrossing them there to rest. Yeah, a lot.
Jimmy just kind of looks up and kind of gazes out. I I I'm glad that you I mean, I don't even know the words. He just looks at her and puts a hand on her hand and goes, I am glad you are okay, Davia. At least as one can be expected, I suppose. But that that was terrifying.
Strangely enough, without any comment to it, she turns one of her hands over to clasp onto his and then turn it back over again, so his palm is just resting underneath both of hers. Her eyes still just looking up at the ceiling. It was a lot of things.
Yes, that was quite the ordeal, I suppose. But he's just gonna look at her. I know this is going to be a stupid question, but are you all right?
Kind of squints, kind of pursing her lips a bit, looks off to this opposite wall, giving a sort of expression before looking back up at the ceiling. You know, strangely enough, physically I feel like shit, but at the same time, I am not sure how to explain it. I feel well. She kind of gives a strange expression, like it's clearly not a feeling she is used to ever, of just feeling actually okay. And she's kind of still trying to wrap her head around it.
He kind of looks her up and down and, I mean, if we were on roll 20, I'd say I'd make an insight check on Tavia, but Juhail just kind of, I think he'll look at Tavia and goes, is it possible? I mean, that's just maybe you feel a bit at peace, perhaps?
Gets a thoughtful look on her face. Maybe that is it.
I mean, got it. I have a snide comment I want to say, but for Jubei, he wouldn't say it. I just really want. It must be a new experience. Jubei wouldn't say that though. I know that's why I want to say it, but like, not in this situation. This is not snide Jubei time. But I am glad to see that. Well, you do look more. He kind of looks for the words. You look more, I suppose. Happy.
Spit it out.
Well, you look more relaxed in a lot of ways, I suppose. I don't mean by the simple fact that you just can't move, but that's not that. You know what? I'm going to stop.
She gives a small laugh. You are not wrong. She still has one hand over his, but let's go one of them to look at her pocket. You know, in all honesty, with everything that had been happening, I, of course, was very angry. And then, well, you know, you saw how I was afterwards. I got very empty, sort of. And when we were fighting, and despite everyone's efforts, his attention remaining on me, the anger returned, but as over and over again he knocked me down and tried to kill me, the anger I originally felt started to change. And she kind of gives like a half amused scoff, but there isn't really any actual amusement to it. Actually reached the mindset as my consciousness repeatedly left that it was something I deserved for a very long time. And what better person than him? Out of all the people, it makes the most sense that the only one who deserves to take my life would have been him. And with that line of thinking, I didn't anymore. I reached the point where I would have been willing to accept whatever it is he did to me.
Jubei kind of takes a deep breath, looks down at her, goes, I understand. He just looks kind of a little dejected himself, but he closes his eyes and opens and gives a think. I see what you mean, Davia, and I understand the acceptance you have, but he's just gonna squeeze her hand just slightly. Even if he was the one who had every right to take your life, I wouldn't ever let it happen. And perhaps that's selfish, but when we fought him, all I could think was, you won't take her from me. Despite his best efforts.
You know, as I said, although that was my line of thinking, was acceptance, my body would not actually allow for it. As you saw, each time I got back up, I was ready to continue to fight. If only because I knew if I gave in and allowed him to do what he will, there would have been an individual who would have blamed himself for a very long time. Glances over at
Just kind of look at Jubei. He kind of looks a little sheepish at that statement. I smiles. I am glad at least you spared me a thought. Or whoever this individual may be.
gets an amused grin from her before she turns her attention back to the ceiling. You know, I don't know whether to be annoyed or applaud you for this power you have over my thoughts and actions. Many things I feel deep down that I want to do, and I end up not doing it because you are an emotional. Never mind.
Son of a bitch. He kind of smiles and lips.
Oh, perfect.
He's got a smile. Well, Jesus. Just looks at her. Yes, I can see how that could be aggravating for you.
When I want to fight, you tell me not to fight. When I don't want to fight, you tell me to fight. It's very aggravating, actually.
Again, I have to bite back my own personality. It's like, when do you ever not want to fight? uh, Anyways, just looks at her as like, well, to be fair, he kind of looks away a little sheepishly again. You do the same to me. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
She kind of arches a brow a bit. Her attention's still on the ceiling, but clearly amused. Yes, it is true. I can get you to do anything I want.
Yes, for example, I gave you a very expensive bag of holding in a situation where we are all doomed to die.
I'm glad you are willing to put my needs before everyone else's.
Thinks up about it for a minute. I mean, really, your contest consists of a robot. I mean, I do at least care for Everett a little, but he's got this stupid shit grin on his face.
She glances at him again. You know, you're lucky I am exhausted, otherwise I would smack you for.
Well, then I will have to take advantage of the situation, he says, and just leans in.
She rolls her eyes.
He smiles. But, I am glad to see that. So, I'm just going to ask my refresh of a memory because it's been a week. We all saw the forgiveness of the ghost hugging you, right?
That part you saw, yes.
Yeah, that's the only part I'm curious about, because I was just making sure we all saw that as well. I couldn't remember if that was just you or everybody.
That was everyone.
Yeah. And Stupid kind of goes, I am glad to know that, though. Forgiveness was still an option for everyone.
You know, when I had asked all of you to give me time to myself, I did not actually know if he was in the stone or not, but I still felt this need to say something. And I admitted that she kind of presses her lips together kind of tightly, her hand instinctively kind of clutching Jubei's a bit as she just fights the physical reaction to not say too or show too much, but eventually takes a slow, deep breath. Even if he wasn't listening, I had hoped, and so I told him that as much as I went about my day and continued to do the things that I did with my crew and captain, I never stopped thinking of him. As hard as I tried, he haunted my dreams many times, haunted my thoughts many times. And I suppose you would call that guilt. Yes, it was guilt. It weighed me for a very long time. God, if my captain could hear me now. But
I just like to say when you say that, you just feel a slight tension on Jubei's hand. Just ever so.
But he is not here. So, at the very least, I should have told him. Gendry was his name, by the way. um, I felt the need to tell him because I sort of realized that this anger and hatred and feelings of vengeance I have towards these people who wronged me was exactly what I put him through. I am no different.
Jubei kind of once again looks out again and looks back at her and maybe not Davia, but I think there's an important thing that he did as well. That even if you are the same, is a very important factor to this situation. And simply put, you might not be completely different from him with that, but he was able to forgive you and move on.
He was, wasn't he? Not that he really should, but
I'd say once again, Jubei just holds her, looks at her, and says, Davia, I won't lie. What you did was, it was a bad thing. It was something that you may be bright, but the boy not shouldn't forgiving you, but I can tell you that he did forgive you because he probably really understood. In the end, there was you, the person he loved, and then there was the things you had to do. And in the end, I think he realized those two things are separate. And it doesn't mean you have to stop loving the part of you that was worth loving in the first place.
she looks at him again, brows furrowing a bit. Those images that you saw of me and him and what I did to him. What was running through your mind during that?
Jubei will look back out the window with a deep breath and just kind of bite his lip a bit and open it again. Davia, I have promised never to lie to you, correct?
Yes.
Honestly, what was running through my mind when I saw the first part was there was something beautiful there. I saw a part of you that you share with me. And honestly, when I saw the second part, when you did what you what you had to do, there was a lot of hatred there. And he looks back at her and goes, and none of it was about you.
Instinctively, her hand kind of tightened more at the mention of hatred. Her expression turning like it's bracing for something, but when he continues, it instead melts to a look of confusion.
Davia, you, believe it or not, were not responsible for that boy's death. You may have been the knife, but you were not the hand.
You say that. There was no threat to my life or my health or anything like that. I did it for approval.
He looks and shakes his head again. Davia, what would have happened if you said no? Honestly, tell me. If you had to fight your captain to the bitter end, what do you think would have happened?
A couple different looks passes her face before a look of more acceptance again comes to her expression. She looks up towards the ceiling once more, her grip relaxing on him. Knowing him, he would have done it himself, had me watch. Make sure I relearn what is needed to make it last as long as possible.
So, in the end, what you did, what was worse, him dying in your arms swiftly, or him being tortured to death by your captain for a point?
I confusion returns again to her face. Like she's kind of struggling to really register what they're talking about.
Ooh, we're in the deep 101 psychology now.
And then, like, for a moment, she lets herself go back to that memory and put herself in that moment in time. And a look of realization kind of comes to her face. I did. I I wanted it quick.
Yeah. And Junpei will just tighten his hand very tight around hers again. You gave him the only mercy, the only love you could have given him in that situation, whether you realized it or not.
I well, would you look at that? I guess he was right. I am soft. No matter how hard I always try to deny it.
Junpei's just gonna once again look at her, goes, Davia, you keep saying you're being soft. You keep saying it like there is some sort of horrible problem with saying that.
It's weakness. If you are soft, it is easier for others to take advantage of that and hurt.
Jubei kind of shakes his head and looks up as Davia. Being too soft can be a problem, but yeah, Jubei kind of thinks up to himself and kind of thinks about it. Yeah, let me put this in a metaphor perhaps we can understand. You are also a master of the blade, correct, Davia? You use metal and steel and swords, correct? Just like me?
Yes.
Well, and he's going to take out his katana and goes, would you say this katana is as hard as a katana could be? A weapon, a blade is completely, undefinably strong, stiff, powerful, even.
Yes.
And he looks at her. Would you be surprised to beat the fact that the katana, actually a well-made one, is meant to have a bit of softness to it? What if it was completely brittle, completely strong? As soon as it hit something that was slightly tough, it would snap in half. Softness is part of a person, Davia. If you cannot be flexible enough to move, to care, to absorb, then either everything bounces off or you will shatter.
She again has this look that she's thinking really hard on something before once again she opens one of her palms to look at it. Is that why I survived?
Jubei was going to say something, and he looks at it and goes, let's look at it this way, Davia. You wish to be as hard as your captain was and wanted you to be. Which of you is still alive? Which of you had enough flexibility to still be here?
For a moment, she kind of just lets those words sink in, still staring at her palm. And then eventually closes her fingers or into a fist. I am still alive. Silverteeth is still alive. It turns out that the one that did all of this and arranged all of this was just a little boy.
So, which was better? Which was the more powerful thing? The unbrittle or the one with softness to it?
I This is a lot to think about.
Jubei will just look at her and goes, well, you have time. Because I hate to tell you this, Daria, but as he looks her up and down, I have a feeling you are going to be stuck in bed for a while.
I still have a gun, you know.
Oh, I know. As he looks her up and down. But let's be honest, Davia, could you even lift it at this point?
She gives him this most defiant look. Is that Do you want to test?
No, no, you're right. I'm sure you can. Yes, okay. I'm sorry. He
I
smiles.
I shot Ever, and I'm not afraid to shoot you too.
That is fair. She looks her up and just smiles. But to be fair, Davia, you are going to need to take it a bit easy. Just for a while.
I suppose you are right. At the very least, I suppose I should be grateful that the branding didn't act up. Otherwise, I'd be much more out of commission.
I suppose that is true.
Kind of adjusting herself with a bit of a wince, she untucks her shirt a bit from the belts of her pants to peek over at the gold ink tattooed into a golden dragon on her skin above where her tail connects to her spine. And upon not seeing that it's glowing or anything, she adjusts her clothes back again, rests on her back once more. I'll have to think more into the technical of that later. It's supposed to keep us from killing one another, but maybe it's perhaps because it was Gendry in there and he was never considered part of the crew. I don't want to think on it right now. She kind of pinches the bridge of her nose.
As I said, there is no rush at the moment. We have time.
Yes, we do. After all, we are alive. And mostly, well, looks down at herself.
Kind of smells. Don't worry. As I said, you'll be yourself again in just a few days. I've seen that sort of, well, um, exhaustion before.
Oh, and who?
He kind of looks away a little, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Embarrassed. Well, me.
She narrows her eyes but has this amused smile on her face. What did you do?
Well, me and Satoshi, when we were, well, training when we were younger, we were trying to see who was the more superior warrior, and we had decided to do 10 days of non-stop training with no sleep or rest, and it didn't end that well.
You both are idiots.
I,
But at the very least, tell me what.
well, I did technically win, in the sense that he collapsed about 10 minutes before I did.
Good, asshole deserves it.
She kind of thinks about, well, perhaps a little. Uh,
Her gaze traces down to his sleeve. Speaking of who, hopefully he gets back to her soon.
Indeed, have no idea how long this will last, but I'm afraid it is something we will need to take care of rather sooner than later at this point. Especially if things get... And he kind of looks around, looks outside. I don't know. We've killed one of these members of what they call it, the Conclave or some such thing. I am concerned they may be looking for vengeance soon with us.
More than likely. But we will get stronger and harder to fight. So it's not like we will give them an easy battle.
No, we won't. In fact, and he kind of looks around embarrassed again. Speaking of, well, getting stronger, something a little odd happened to me when we were passing through the portal home.
What?
I hesitate to say this because I don't know if I was insane or not, but I swear I heard the voices of my parents for just a brief moment.
Eyes kind of widen a little at that. What did they say?
Hey. They said they were proud of me. And that they would help look over me and my friends. And that they would make sure that I would do everything in their power to make sure I wouldn't lose anyone else I love.
She gives a more gentle smile at that. Well, that's not all that surprising to hear. After all, what is there not to be proud of?
I suppose so. Honestly, I'd probably write it off, except I can kind of do something I didn't know how to do before.
What? Huh?
Well, perhaps it's easier to show you. Jubei's gonna take his katana out, and he's just gonna cut his hand. And as it starts bleeding, he just goes, here? And you just see the wound.
Reaching out, she takes his hand and kind of tug it to look.
It's fucking weird, right?
Well, would you look at that?
This is magic that is not supposed to be able to be learned in my school. I didn't learn this magic. I just have it now.
She kind of gives a cheeky grin and like pats his cheek in like a semi-patronizing way. It's just like, well, look at you go.
He kind of smiles at her. There's a few other things I've learned as well.
Oh?
Yes. Just for the sake of a narrative, he's going to try to do something he normally doesn't do. And he's just going to do a bit of he's just going to do a little sing. And for the purpose of flavor, let's say he does his normal, like normal D10 roll. And just does average, but then rolls a D4 because he guidance himself and now becomes actually pretty good.
Aren't you multi-talented?
I don't know how this is happening, but apparently I have a touch of divine magic out of nowhere.
You know, I would say I'm surprised, but at the same time, it's a little difficult. You're sort of what's the word I'm looking for that you see in a lot of healers? Goody two.
That's 2 words, but okay. But, goody, which seen a lot of dealers, goody two shoes a lot. Fair enough, Davia, but usually you're supposed to do something to get it. It just seems strange to me. I mean, not only that, there's another skill I learned.
No?
Apparently, I'm also able to, well, enhance my ability to resist magic.
What sort of magic?
Anything that requires a saving throw. There's no other way to describe this.
What is a saving throw?
I do not know. The gods have sent it to me. They said you may add a 1d4. I do not know what it means. My mother was very convenient. Like, the statistics matter that D4 is the difference between a 5 and 20% chance of success.
Oh my god.
It's just
So you picked up quite a number of skills. Some were early.
Apparently, yes, Davy, I have picked up slightly holy magic, and, well, oddly enough, it's not just I could use this on other people as well, apparently.
That will come in handy then.
Indeed. The next time I am forced to help a bunch of villagers build a goddamn house, I will be able to increase the odds of me fucking succeeding for once.
You know, that's something we can tax them for.
Speaking of taxation, I really do have to get to the paperwork now that we're back home.
Oh, just hand it off to Ace and he can take care of it.
Oh, I'm sure. Victor, though, had handed me a piece of paper as I was walking with you. He apparently had the weirdest idea.
What is it?
Well, apparently he was, his whole building skeletons to help the community, correct?
Yes.
Well, apparently, and I don't think it's a bad idea, I read the paper quickly, but his idea now is to build a fully functional sewage system using the skeletons to build the sewer system so no one can be dangerous of cave-ins.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something crazy.
Oh no, he said it was a shitty job, so you might as well give it to the undead.
She rolls her eyes at that.
His words, not mine.
Of course. She kind of crosses her arms a bit thoughtfully. Back on your new abilities, I don't know if I should feel a little insulted that you are feeling a little more holy, while I feel that my more tainted blood is flowing more warmly.
He kind of looks down at her and smiles. Well, maybe it's good balance, Davia. And he's just going to sit down and kind of lie next to her and go, after all, if one person has a bit of demonic and the other's a bit more holy, we still average out to be a very good person.
Angel and devil, is it?
Well, they do make a fun couple at times.
Oh, is that what we are now?
Junpei stops and starts reddening. Yes,
Usually this is something that both parties are aware of.
This, we're not. I mean, I don't want to. This, oh boy.
She's just looking at him, looking so smug.
Looks back at her. You're fucking with me.
For me, I would never. Too bad.
He just laughs as he lies back with her. You know, with the plus side of you being bedridden for a couple of days, perhaps that at least I will be able to get my mind around you at times.
And what is that supposed to mean?
Oh, it's just sometimes I feel like I have to play catch up with you all the time.
Well, that's just because I'm very smart.
Oh, indeed.
You didn't sound too genuine with that.
You know, I almost kind of want to say he makes a deception check with guidance. God, I'm going to so abuse the fuck out of guidance. I'm also going to abuse the fuck out of resistance too, but that's why I picked those spells, because they blend well for me. On the plus side, though, Davia, I mean, the next time we feel like, then he kind of looks about. Let's put it this way, Davia. The next time you have an urge for quote unquote sticky fingers, just look leads into a. Just let me know and I can give you a bit of help.
You know, Jube, I'm beginning to think I may be the very bad influence on you. Not that I'm complaining, of course.
He kind of leans in and just gives her a little peck on the forehead. And goes, well, as I said, you are the bad influence on me. I am the good influence on you. And we balance out to be a good person in the end.
Doesn't that just mean we balance to be a more neutral person?
Jupiter kind of shrugs. Honestly, the average person is neutral anyways.
Adjusting herself, again, a bit of a wince because I assume she's in a lot of pain. She
You mean with the massive, like, sword wounds, tentacle, hentai situation? Battered and beat.
Yeah, basically. So wincing a little bit to kind of adjust so she's more on her side and looking at him. She kind of just has this very thoughtful look on her face as her tail kind of gives this like slow, like waving back and forth, kind of like just a content cat almost as she thinks. I have to ask though. Is that something that you actually want?
What do you mean exactly?
Yeah. Couple comments.
He just starts turning red again. Well, I mean, he takes a deep breath and sighs. I mean, I have made my feelings for you fairly clear, Davia. But, I mean...
Yes, it is true that you have made your feelings quite clear a number of times, but I'm asking more to the grit of it. Is it that you desire that I am all yours? Is that it?
Jubei kind of stops to actually give it some real thought. I mean... That is a interesting way to put it. I think what I mean when I say that, Davia, is not that I want you to be all mine, but then he stops and goes, I think what I want is us just to be with each other.
She kind of gives a curious tilt of her head. Are we not always?
This is true. I mean, I cannot deny that fact. But I don't know. I mean, it's not like the word is important, I suppose. It's just, I just consider you the only person for me. And I suppose in the end, one way or the other, I do not know. I don't know if I'm the only one for you, but if I'm someone for you, I suppose that's enough as well. But and he kind of looks around in thought again and goes, I think it simply comes down to it, Davia, that I just want to be with you together. The word is insignificant, I suppose, in that case.
Still has this very thoughtful look on her face. You are being very careful with your words and just saying the bare minimum of what it is that you want. That is not what I am asking. What I want to know is, without taking myself into consideration, or anyone else, or circumstances, or whatever else, with yourself and me, what is it that you desire?
But I desire. Then just gonna look over at her. I just want to be with you for the rest of my life.
Seeing as how that is a lot more than what she was expecting to hear.
She had to ask.
The casual tail swaying just comes to a stop.
Hmm.
Her lips kind of just part a bit, just like this look of shock. Has anyone ever told you you'd like to jump before you learn to cry?
Yes, I have been told that before. But you did ask.
Well, yes, but I didn't think it would go by that much. She kind of like runs her hands through her hair as coloring comes to her face.
He just like sighs. Navi, I honestly just mean I want to be with you. I mean, it's what I mean. It's in any capacity.
Apologies, I'm still sort of trying to wrap my head around what was just earlier said. Oh boy.
You think should be used to this part by now.
She's never got she's heard like all the romance talk, sure, but not like an outright, hey, I sort of want to marry you one day type word.
That's fair. Oh.
Give me one moment to think.
Um, of course, take your time.
He sees her kind of look off to the side, just like this. You can probably see her expression just morph into this look of like, this guy. She like takes a moment to get herself a little more under control, and then eventually looks at him with this narrowed gaze. Alright, correct me if I am wrong. Perhaps I am simply jumping to conclusions that you did not actually mean. When you say rest of life, do you mean that in a just always being around each other sort of thing, or the more makes just like a hard to describe hand gesture? You know, all the white dress, gold ring, all that silliness.
Jubei looks at her and his eyes go wide. I did just mean to be around you, Davi. I see what you... Okay, now I understand the confusion.
You got to watch your words better.
I really do. Charisma 8, what can you do? No, I meant... Yes. He just sighs. I mean, I want to be with you, Davi. Just... around you.
Arches a brow at him. So if I said that I just want to be your, I don't companion or friend forever, you'd actually be okay with that. That is really what you desire.
Jubei kind of sighs and thinks about it and goes, I would not lie that it would be a little disappointing if all you wanted to do is be friends, but at the same time, that would be enough if that is what you desired.
Again, you are going to what I desire. Jubei, that is not what I am asking. She has this a mix of like... She has this mix of amusement and fondness on her face. Again, she kind of like rests her hand on his cheek, but like rather than patting in a patronizing way, it's just like this light patting of just like, come on, folks.
Okay, he's just gonna grab her and look at her very seriously. Goes, very well, Davia. I want to eventually, yes, I would like to be more with you. Period. But by the same standard, I like take what I can get, I suppose, might be the other way of looking at it, to put it bluntly. Being with you is the important part.
Oh, Jubei. She gives like a small shake. Then let me reword it. And rather than patting his cheek, she just holds it. So his face remains in towards her direction, eyes locked. Instead, say, Davia, would you be mine?
He looks at her and goes, Davia, will you be mine?
You cut out.
Oh, did I? Of course. He looks over and he goes, with a nod, he goes, and just kind of squeezes her hand. There's just like hesitation in his voice, but he looks at her and goes, Davia, will you be mine?
Yes.
You see this like kind of smile on his face, and he's like, and he's just gonna lean in and give her a kiss.
She just has this like very content smile on her face, and she lets him like just enjoying seeing his expression as he's trying to process.
Yeah, he's just processing. I honestly didn't think it'd be that easy.
Honestly, I didn't think it would be that difficult.
He just smiles again. Once again, we balance each other perfectly. And this time he just smiles and goes, but I am. I don't think I could be more ecstatic at this point, Davia.
This was what I was trying to lead you towards, but you kept insisting on the whatever I'm okay with, and the bare minimum.
He just looks around and goes, yes, perhaps I do introspect a little too much.
Ken shakes her head.
He kind of looks up and goes thoughtful. And honestly, he just smiles and goes, he leans back and goes, wow.
She kind of gives this grin that shows off like her two little fangs. Is just like, I know, right? A lot. I never really thought myself the sort to stick to one person, so you should be very. You should be very.
I am at least considered myself very blessed. As he looks over and turns at her, goes, Davia, you truly have made me perhaps the happiest I've ever been at this moment. And he gives a thought and goes, and I am glad that you forced me into saying that.
She kind of gives him a stink eye at that.
He kind of looks up and smiles at her. Goes,
well, I mean, if you don't want it, then I could.
Oh no, I mean, I want to. He says with a smile. He goes, it just gives her a kiss and goes, Davia, I want to. But you know me, I am not exactly the best with words when it comes to expressing myself at all times.
Oh, this was very much a refresher in my memory for that. Yeah.
But yes, I want you to be mine, and I really do. And he stops and thinks, They realizes realizes something. Oh shit! By the way, Tavia, do you need anything else? I mean, and she looks at her, still very much paralyzed from the waist down.
She's just lounging on her side, ignoring the pain.
Gee, one moment. I could probably help here. Let me heal. And it's like, no, some of her wounds start to seal up.
She's just looking at him again with just this half amusement, half, my God. You know, the reason I didn't say anything was because I was wondering how long it would take you to catch on.
Yes, well, there's a lot happening. Oh God. Speaking of a lot happening, I just realized something.
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah, I was going to mention it, but then you and Everin started trying to kill each other, but we had word about Everin's mother. Her father.
Oh?
Apparently they found him.
Hmm. Perhaps we might want to give her a chance to actually relax and heal for a bit before telling.
Perhaps you are right. It can wait a day or two.
She's rather exhausted as well, and knowing her, as soon as you tell her, she's going to want to immediately do something and won't be able to relax.
Indeed, and we're not exactly in any shape to go rushing off again.
Yes, she looks down at herself and looks at him. It's just like, yes, you probably hold us.
You cut out, Nikki.
Yes, you would probably hold us back.
Yes, indeed. I mean, he stops and thinks again. But honestly, there
Has
is. I know he stops and like. But honestly, Davia, there is something I probably should do while we are resting, anyways.
what is that?
You're going to take his katana out again and look at it. I think it's time for me to work on this again.
She also looks at it. Yes, perhaps. At the very least, it's good to know you'll have a project to keep you from doting on me too much.
Oh, I know. I will need something great to keep my mind off of you, Davia.
She gives a playful little wink at that.
Kind of gives her a smile. But in any case, we are going to have to take care of a lot of things before we leave. Least of all to mention the reward for killing the pirate that was assaulting the pirates, as well as the reward for killing him that was assaulting the people, as I recall, which is part of the reason we took this mission on in the first place.
Interest comes to her eyes at that. What was the price? I was a little distracted when all that talking was going.
To be honest, it has been so long I do not remember. In fact, I do not remember if Asen mentioned a price or not. I think we heard going to a pirate island, and you were like, "We're fucking going now," or something along those lines.
Well, to be fair, I had a lot on my mind.
I know it takes a lot to get you off of your mind of gold.
Narrows her eyes more. Isn't there some sort of law or something about speaking rudely about the ill or bedridden?
He looks her up and down. Goes, I thought you said you were fine.
I am fine when it is convenient for me.
He smiles. Ah, I see. Well, in any case, uh, we'll have to sort out this reward. We will probably need funding soon, anyways. There is much to get prepared for soon.
I mean, we don't have to use all the gold on the castle.
Junpei's just gonna not shake his head. I understand your point, Davia, but look at it this way. The more we improve the land and the more the area becomes rich, the more taxes we get, and eventually it becomes a net gain.
I hate that I know you are saying that just to get to me, but you're.
Uh, In any case, we do need to improve the castle as well as our arsenal. It will take a bit of cash myself to enhance my blade, but I think it will be worth it all around for everyone. Also,
So,
there is that door we still have to get fucking open.
I don't think we'll be dealing with that for a while. But back on the topic of your katana, what exactly are you going to do to it?
Well, I have a week. She looks out. Uh, and, well, with Victor's help, I was hoping to enchant it.
What sort of enchantment?
Well, basically make it sharper, easier to hit things with. +1.
Do you have the materials to do so?
Actually, it's very simple to commit such a act. It is mostly just concentration on the magic and the cost of coin, of course, to create it. And with the reward coming, I should have the coin, and I have the time.
Hmm. She looks down at herself. Perhaps I might want to, once I am back up on my feet, look into making this a little more sturdy. And she kind of like hooks her finger under the very low dip of the V to like lift it up her off her chest just a tiny bit and then smack it back down. It is
You
a
just
little
you just notice like Jubei like
wonderful. It'd be better if this was less easy to cut.
Well, I have thoughts on that as well.
She kind of leers at him. Oh, have you?
Oh yes, if it's not there, it's so much easier for it not to get cut. He says with a snide smile.
Is he still laying down next to her, by the way?
Yeah, I never got up.
She gives a little very. As much as she tries to put force into it, it's obviously very weak smack to the arm.
But you are right. I think we will need to. There is something, though. I mean, I do have an actual idea of how to help you with that, Davia.
Is this something you are going to share or keep a secret?
Well, yeah, I was planning to keep it a secret till it was finished to make sure it worked. Because I would feel like a fool if it failed.
Gives a little roll of her eyes. You and your secrets. Well, whatever. It's not as if I can really complain. They're usually enjoyable, and kind of just unconsciously gives like a little flick of her finger to the one of her origami ears.
Indeed, but as I said, I think you will appreciate this one as well. And he's gonna get like a serious look on his face and just kind of grasp her hand. But to be honest, to be serious with you, W, it's just something I have been thinking of for a while because I don't know if my heart can take this much more.
She falls to a more understanding. I'm sorry for scaring you.
It is okay. I know it. You want to... Okay, we're gonna have to pause for a sec. Are we still keeping canon what we did earlier?
Yeah, I think it could make sense, yeah.
Okay, let's say that happens now. Because literally I just walked into that.
Well, I mean, like, it could have
Well-
happened during that resting period before.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, we took the hour-long break. We'll say it happened during that hour-long break. That makes the most
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, because, like, okay, yeah, because we're trying to think, where the fuck would we have had it? But we did have that hour rest, that's right.
Yeah.
Because we got fucked up after that fight with those goddamn flying motherfuckers.
Yeah, and it's better it happened before the giant character development I did not foresee.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was trying to think when the hell we would have worked it in. But yeah, okay, that 1 hour break, that's what we did. So yeah, we've had that character arc. Okay.
Yeah.
Just moving forward, just trying to keep that in mind of what Jubei now knows.
Yeah.
Okay, so we now have established that they've had that heart to heart. I know you did not mean, and it was just such a fucking stressful situation for both sides, I suppose.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, it's like it was. You did not mean this. It was just a stressful situation for everyone.
She rests her hand on his cheek again, just lightly tracing the shape of his cheekbone with her thumb. I'm sorry again for that. And you know, after what happened, I think that I might be a little more in my head than I was before.
I see. And he's just gonna smile. I'm glad. He's just gonna kind of look down at his hand and start opening and closing it. You know, there is another sort of magic I have been trying to work on of late.
What sort is that?
Well, when we were fighting that creature, I was trying so hard to get him away from you, and there was one obvious way I could have done it, but I don't think I was quite there yet strength-wise to do so. There is a spell I know that would help greatly with that.
And what is that?
Kind of looks at her, kind of has kind of a shy smile on his. Well, W, would you care for me just as much if I say it was about 13 feet tall?
Gives an amused smirk at that. An extra number of feet of view? I mean, it wouldn't bother me.
Well, I do enlarge everywhere twice.
Did you just make a dirty joke? I did not think you were capable.
Stops and goes, you know what? You are rubbing off on me.
And there you go again.
Okay, that one wasn't intentional, but yeah, okay. But no, seriously, there is a spell called Enlarge that would increase my strength twicefold. And,
Sounds useful.
indeed, it would allow me to grapple little sons of bitches that keep trying to run away from me.
That does sound like it could be helpful in future combats, yes?
Indeed. I will have to eventually work on it. I need some more training before I can use such magic, but I can feel myself nearly reach that point.
And there is actually one more thing I feel I should say, since we're on the topic of you attempting to gain all these things to better help ensure what happened earlier doesn't happen again.
Yes, Davia.
Pride is sort of getting in the way a bit. One moment.
Probably getting in the way of Davia? Never!
I know that there have been a number of times where I fell in or gotten badly injured because of my quick trigger, let's say. And as a result, many times you have had to lift me back up. And when those did happen, I was either defensive or irritable or whatever else I was feeling at the time. And she gets this look on her face like, I am struggling so bad. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have been so short-tempered with you when you have been helpful. She lets go of his cheek to just kind of pick at the blanket a bit.
It's like pulling teeth.
Exactly. And I apologize for that, but in addition, for all those times that you have helped me, thank you.
Jabez is gonna look at her blankly as she says that. They gotta like blink a couple times. Thinks back, he's like, holy crap, that is the first time she said that, isn't it? um, you are welcome, Davia.
I got to say, being the bigger person is a little painful.
He's just gonna laugh. I go, yes, it can be quite painful.
And I am going to resist the temptation of threatening you to not tell anyone else, and I will simply trust that you won't.
Oh, trust me, Davia, I am very much self-aware of my life. He says with just this coy smile on his face, and just leans down to her and goes, don't worry, your secret is safe with me.
And continuing off of that, I realize I have been a little difficult, a bit of a handful. She gets his face like, I don't like talking bad about myself. And I am aware that it is probably put a bit of stress on you. And I will try to fix that.
At this point, Jubei's just kind of staring at her, blinking like, wow. I thought you got this expression on his face. It basically goes, huh. And I didn't think this day could get any weirder.
And as she's like seeing that look on her face, she kind of gets this like, oh god expression. It's just like, I might be sick or something.
Are you sure you don't want some soup or something, Davia?
Oh god. She runs her hands over her face.
Jubei just starts bursting out laughing. It just kind of leans in and kind of wraps his arm around her and goes, I am proud of you, Davia.
Gives a longer sigh and eventually drops her hands from her face. Just give him this tired but soft look. I just want to be healthy and safe and happy. And I realize I tend to get in the way of that a lot.
Jubei's just gonna look up and kind of nod. You know, I know completely what you mean by that.
Okay, ow, but I deserve that.
Davia, I was referring to myself.
What do you mean?
Davia, you literally had to tell me that you should tell you that I want you to be mine. You don't think I do not understand about getting in the way of one's own happiness?
Well, to be fair, I was in the beginning getting in the way of that myself too. So
He just laughs. I think the fact is, Davia, we are both realizing we deserve to be happy.
yeah, I know I say that, but I will make sure to try and believe.
He's just gonna kind of look at her and just, you do, Davia. You really do.
But you know, it goes to you as well, Jubei.
He just kind of laughs and looks at us. I think you're right. We are quite a couple, aren't we, at this point?
I was going to make a snide comment, but now I realize I can no longer do that.
Oh, because we have made it somewhat official? He says with a smile.
She kind of scoffs, feel yourself going a little flush in the face as she looks away. Don't let it get to your head. I can always take it back.
This is true. I will be sure to keep my head very much from swelling to provide you so you do not pop it like a balloon. But, and he looks at her, if you do see it get too big, feel free to just prick it a little.
Oh, I won't just do it a little. You can best I will pop you.
He just looks up and goes, is that a promise?
Have I ever done any less?
Indeed. It's one of the things I love about you the most. uh,
I. She like opens her mouth to continue and then stops, closing it. She instead leans in to press a very, very soft kiss to his lips and then pulls away. You know.
Indeed, I do. He smiles. And I think here he's just gonna go, I don't know about you, but I think it's about time for us to perhaps take a bit of a nap. She says, because believe it or not, Jubei is not exactly good. He's still at 10 hit points.
Yep. You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Here, she's again wincing a lot as she tries to move herself. She's actually gonna take hold of his arms to make him wrap them around her, and then she's just going to press her head against the crook of his neck to just close her eyes. All right, nap time.
Indeed. He's just gonna lay his head down on top of her head and pass off into sweet slumbering dreams.
Yay! Perfect timing too, because the guy got back to me just now.
Okay, sounds good. Anyways, we'll start off by saying after Jubei, it's a few hours after Jubei had put Davia away in her room, and Jubei will come out of the room a few hours later. And what is? I have curiosity. I'm just curious. What was Ever doing with these last few hours?
She'd probably just be like curling him next to the forge, where Cinder's probably doing work and whatever. She likes the forge; it's nice and warm.
It's ironically where Jubei spends half his time as well, so this will work out perfectly. Because Jubei was about to head. Oh,
She just likes staying there, and like if she's not there, she's with Ayla and just like helping around. But Ayla would probably be like, "No, sit down, lay down something." She'd be fine.
Yeah, considering you have 2 points of exhaustion and moving at half speed, yeah.
Yeah, she'd be talking to Ayla in the beginning, but then like she'd go and just be at the forge, where she has her own room at the forge. She refuses to even have a different room besides the forge.
Well, that'll work perfect. Jubei will be heading to the forge anyways, because he's going to be working on his katana.
Mm-hmm.
Because I intend to make that a motherfucking +1 katana before we leave.
Okay.
Because I need a magic katana that I don't have to attune to.
That'd be good.
All right. So in any case, so Jubei will see Everin. Oh, Everin, what are you doing here at the forge?
Yes, this is my room.
You're sleeping in the forge?
Yes. It's quite warm, and Cinder comes here a lot.
Oh. I suppose. Kind of tilts his head. Huh. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Well, it is fortuitous that I see you anyways, Everin. I wanted to speak with you, actually.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd be with Davia, but I suppose she might be a bit cranky right now.
Actually, she's asleep at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was quite a... I mean, you're not exactly 100% yourself, but we all know what occurred with Davia as well.
Yeah, I think I should be fine for a bit longer. I'm not really tired. I'm more of the... My body's physically exhausted right now. That's kind of about it.
Fair enough. Well, in any case, and I'll say while he does this, he's going to take his katana out and start putting on the grindstone.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to speak with you about what was occurring on the boat.
Oh, that. Yeah, I was wondering. Also, I wonder if they're like... What happened to them? I'm very confused.
Are you referring to the crew we were with?
Yeah.
My best bet is they are all dead.
Oh, okay. It was just one crewmate that we saw. Maybe the others are okay.
It is possible. Perhaps they were all vanished and went back home after we broke the gem.
Hopefully that'd be good.
In any case, I do intend to send an envoy down there soon.
Mhm.
There is a matter of the payment we had for taking care of the job in the first place, after all,
Yeah, we do need that.
as well as the simple fact as there are other issues we will need to take care of for the castle and keep and the people.
Mhm. Yeah, we do need to work on that, and I need to stay hidden as usual.
Well, to that factor, Everin, that's actually what I wasn't referring to when I was talking about the boat.
I know. I just was saying in general because it was also kind of important.
This is true, but I just wanted to bring up with you, I was rather impressed with your ability there.
Hmm?
Well, when you led the crew after I had to go and help Davia. Twice.
Uh, yeah. I was very confused why you did that, and I was really worried.
Well, I've told Davia this before, but when I'm around her, I tend to get pretty stupid.
Don't we all?
I suppose so.
I'm kidding. Don't tell her that, please.
Oh, don't worry. I have no intention of seeing you get shot.
Even though I do on a daily basis.
Yes, but in any case, Evelyn, what I wanted to more refer to about was the simple sake of, well, I was really impressed with your leadership there, and I never had this officially stated, but I do need a second in command.
No, 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 no. Get out. Go.
Evelyn, I think this is a position for you.
Mm,
Let me be more blunt then. I don't intend to rule this castle once everything is done. It's not really my thing.
but you're
But I
really
think
good at it.
Perhaps with training and time and effort, but honestly, Evelyn, you have the talent for it.
No.
You do. You lack the confidence, but you have the talent.
What talent? What do you? I mean, I could shoot water and lightning at people, but that's about it.
You can take charge when you when you need to.
Yeah, but the other times I'm like, no, I don't want to.
And few people wish to take charge, Evelyn, and honestly, those who do usually are the worst leaders.
What about you though? You don't want to. That makes your perfect thing for it.
True, but I am also about as sociable and likable as a moss growing on a tree.
Me too.
You are very charming, and you know this.
I'm not good at using it.
Well, again, that comes from your lack of confidence, I believe. And you are still young, Evelyn. I mean, yes, I do realize I'm only a couple years older than you, but that's not. You measure age in more ways than just the physical.
Hmm.
I mean, simply put, you are, well, you are becoming, well, your own woman. And as I wanted to point out, I was very proud of you back on the island as well.
Stop! But are you
What?
being so weird?
I'm being weird because I am proud of you.
No, it's just like you're saying all these nice things.
Well, would you rather call me a useless sack of garbage like Bill?
He hasn't called me exactly that, but it's close.
No, that's what I call Bill.
Oh. No, it's just that with what just happened and almost a near-death experience, you're planning just in case.
It is important to make sure that if something happens to me, someone
Well,
can pick up
nothing
the
will
reins.
happen.
I don't think so either, Evelyn, but we can't be certain of that.
Yes, we can. It's not gonna happen. Simple.
Jimmy's just gonna sigh.
Everin. Well, if I want you to be my second, then I should need to tell you the truth. It's not as good as you think.
And Jubei will show you his arm. Remember that disease that's on his arm?
Mm-hmm.
It's grown.
Oh no?
It's getting worse.
Well, you need to get that taken care of. We can go to a cleric, maybe.
It is beyond any cleric, Everin.
How do you know? Have you been to a cleric?
It is because Satoshi. It was a similar affliction that hit Satoshi.
Yeah, but he was fine. He got it healed.
Indeed. But he was not directly cursed by Skygor himself.
And he's gonna put his sleeve back down.
The fact of the matter is, I don't know if this will one day beat me. So far, I have held off against it every day. But there could come a time where it takes me and I am unable to push it off. Someone needs to take care of everyone if that happens, Everin.
Oh, we have to go kill him then.
I do love your straightforward simplicity to a problem, Everin, but we barely just made it alive out of this situation.
Exactly. We don't have to kill him now, but just saying soon.
That would be nice. But again, I may be worrying for nothing. Satoshi is out looking for a cure to my problem.
Mm-hmm.
If we are lucky, he will be back soon and be able to take care of it.
Have you asked Asen about it? Like, he could maybe, like, send people out and, like, Kilroy out to look for stuff.
Hasten is aware of this factor. As far as Kilroy goes, that actually brings up another thing I forgot to mention to you.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to mention it to you earlier, but then you and Davia started trying to kill each other.
Oh, that's usual.
Yes, I know, it's a little distracting, but we heard about your father.
You did?
Yes. He's fine. He is with the Empress.
Hmm. I mean, he is one of the commanders. I could see why he'd be with her.
Indeed, so. And if things go well, that means we have an ally in the future.
The Empress. I haven't really met her before. I heard she's nice, though.
From what Victor tells me, she's quite the fine woman.
Was he ever with her?
Define with.
He's just gonna glare at you.
She kind of like raises her eyebrows a little bit, like a
As far as I'm aware, she wasn't tall enough.
Oh, okay. Like, what's
But-
his height requirement? So I know what to like warn women.
I think he likes him at least over 6 feet, but don't quote me on that.
Okay. I mean, you're like close to him, so can you ask him for me? Like, just do it in passing. Like, just
He
talk
looks
about
at you
women.
confused. Everett, why are you curious about his...
I want to make sure that the women here are safe from his watchful eye.
As far as I'm aware, yeah, I think you have more...
I'm not interested in him.
I'm not saying you are. Ayla's got that covered as is.
She hates him.
I know. And she would make sure that no woman would go near him if she could.
Exactly. I would like to also warn her, just in case, so she doesn't like freak out. Because I think she's wondering too, but hasn't like said it yet.
Wait, you think Ayla and Victor...
No, I mean I want them like to like each other and stuff, but not like each other.
Yes, I don't see that happening.
Mhm.
Unless
I've been
one lights the other one on fire. Or they light both each other on fire, I suppose that is a
I'm
possibility.
At least I'm getting them like acquainted to each other, so they don't like vomit on sight of each other. At least I got that covered.
Oh, that is fair.
Yeah, I've done that, but not much else.
Well, in any case,
And I haven't even
I-
been able to use my power of sensing people lie. Like, that's not even been used at all. Not once.
I thought you used it on the pirate island a couple times.
No?
Oh, fair enough. Well, I mean, it can be useful in the future. I mean, when we meet delegations for trade, we will know if they get the best deal or not.
Well, that's the thing, though. I can't really be seen by that because that's being controlled by you know who.
Oh, he's in charge of trade?
He's the richest noble in the entire country. He's gonna hear rumors and blah blah blah.
Well, perhaps we can get you a fake mustache.
No, I already had to dress up like a boy. That's disgusting.
Well,
I want
then,
at least attain some of my pride.
I was just kidding, Everin, but you know there is magic to help disguise you.
I don't know it.
That's fair, but I'm sure Victor could learn some, as well as
Maybe-
Cinder.
I don't know. Like, I don't force them to do it. It's kind of like my thing to have to deal with.
I'm sure they will help you. Victor is usually happy to help everyone.
And this is where, and I don't know how much the bail has gotten. It's probably a lot by now, but
I wouldn't worry about any bounty, Everin.
it's like maybe like 1,000 now. That could get like a lot of people, and rumors are circulating that I'm here. There might be a big problem for you guys.
I wouldn't worry about that either, Everin. I mean, honestly, some bounty hunters coming down here are not going to last very long.
Still, what if you're like super powerful like us?
And I somehow doubt 1,000 gold will be enough to encourage them to a
What
tacky
if it's
keep.
more than 1,000? He's the richest person. He could be like 10,000 or something.
We will cross that bridge when we get there, Everin.
Why? Because like with news and stuff that's been going on, and like
You are really worried about this.
yeah, because I was a noble. I know these things. I'm probably the most knowledgeable about them in this entire group or castle.
Jubei gives kind of a shrug. He's like,
I suppose you are right. I know very little about nobility. I was a
They-
farming boy when I was little.
They may seem just pompous and powerless, just splashing around their money whenever they can, but they can be terrifying in their own way. They're not as like combative monsters and whatever, but you need another type of knowledge of how to defeat them, and that's what most of us doesn't have.
And that's part of the reason, Everin, I think you would make a better lord than me.
That's the thing, though. The second I'm known to be the Lord, we're going to have nothing.
Everin,
We're going to
I don't want you to be the lord tomorrow or anything.
I'm just saying in general, like we
Wh-
have no standing at all. And the second we try to get in,
Everin, when I say I want you to be a lord, and please listen, I'm referring to when this is all over, your
I know,
problem
but-
included.
even now, as you're the Lord, there's still going to be problems with getting ourselves recognized.
Ha, maybe. On the other hand, I think we are more than capable of taking care of any situation. I know Davia will be more than happy to have bounty hunters after you.
Yeah.
After all, they tend to carry money on them, and after we kill them, I'm sure she will be more than happy to loot the bodies.
And target practice too.
Indeed, she does have a lot of steam to work off once in a while.
Mm-hmm. At least she's gonna shoot someone that isn't me.
It is good exercise.
Yeah. It's
Besides,
just
I do
the
not.
the moment that they know, they're not going to just send bounty hunters. They're going to send things worse. People who are more experienced. And it says for me to be dead or alive, so they could send assassins too, or whatever.
Why would he want you dead?
They have a cleric to resurrect me, probably.
The spirit does have to be willing for that sort of magic to work, though.
Well, I have this ring. I suppose, which is, I don't know if I told you yet, but whenever I'm commanded by one of the family, I have to listen no matter what, and it's just bound to me. And I don't know if that will work, but it might.
I see. A commandment ring, then. You know,
Kind of, but it's like no matter what happens, I'm physically hurt if I don't listen. Right? As something happens, I don't remember. It's been so long.
I think we are going to have to get Victor to see if he can remove that ring sooner rather than later.
I think it might hurt me if he does that. I think there's a failsafe on it or something.
Well, he is a smart man, and with Cinder's help, perhaps the pair of them can make a workaround.
Maybe, but once we get the chance, I want to know what this will do to me.
If Nano is here, I'd just identify it, but since he's not here, that won't do us any good.
I mean, he's online.
He's with his family, I believe.
Oh, we could message him maybe.
He's herding cats.
He's always hurting cats.
Yes, I know.
I love that, though.
We'll just remember that to ask him at the start of the next game.
I probably won't remember, so I hope you do.
We'll make a note.
Mhm.
I got a lot of things to talk to Nano about anyways, because I still have to ask him about... He still has to send me the link for running the castle.
Oh dear, yeah.
It's been like 4 months since I've been Lord, and I still have yet to take care of the lordship duties.
I haven't done it. I can't do anything as emissary. Literally, the moment I get caught or something, this is going to be terrible, honestly.
Well, on the other side, Victor had an idea how to improve the castle.
That's cool.
He was thinking of making a sewage system for the whole city.
Oh, that's cool. And maybe we can do like an aqueduct.
Yeah, he was going to use the skeletons to do it.
I can help a bit with it, I suppose, since water is my specialty.
Could be. He
I've
has some
been
rather weird ideas, though.
Oh, it's Victor we're talking about.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't say weird, but perhaps he was talking
Unusual?
about optimizing fertilizer.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I mean,
I don't want to know how.
On the plus side, I suppose having the skeletons do all the work, it's probably the best way to get the people on board with the idea of the undead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, after all, nobody really wants to deal with shit.
Mm-hmm.
So the skeletons will deal the shit.
Yeah. Oh, so on the boat, you said you were going to you promised to tell me something or tell us something. What was it? Was it that?
Oh, yes, it was
His arm. He looks down at his arm again.
I was just going to mention this to everyone, but as I said, it wasn't necessary at the time.
Okay, I was worried because I was gonna slap you if you didn't tell me, but you told me now, so that's good.
As I said,
Plus the entire premonition thing and getting sucked into a whirlpool of nothingness. That was kind of interesting.
Yes, it's been a hell of a week.
Mm-hmm.
Davia almost being hanged for shooting a man, battling vicious creatures in whirlpools, fighting undead creatures of vast evil entities of vengeance.
Well, I got stronger.
Davia giving 100 gold away.
Yeah, that was weird. I think she's starting to actually get better, and I'm proud. Weirdly.
Junpei's just not going to say anything.
Yes, better.
Mm-hmm.
But we are all growing, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. I have more control over. There's probably a draft coming in, and she's just gonna swirl it around with her finger.
That is impressive. I do have actually learned a bit.
I can kind of control weather. Not well, but I can do it.
It is fascinating, Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, it seems magic is coming back to everyone.
Yeah, and I also learned a pretty cool trick, but I can't show you right now because I need rest. But I will later.
Oh, that is fair.
it's like when I cast like a lightning or something, and I can like have like a static kind of thing shoot off at people, and it's really cool.
He's just gonna look at you and goes,
Do me a favor and don't electrocute me again anytime soon.
Oh, well, you said that Cinder could and she couldn't, so I'm like, oh, I'll just do it instead.
Yes, I know, I get it.
You gave permission.
I know, I did. Just be careful with it.
Do you think I'm not going to be careful with it?
he will raise an eyebrow at that.
I'll be fine. You'll be fine. Come on. If you don't want it, then you just have to say no. I don't want to be zapped by lightning. Then I won't do it.
Okay, do not worry concerned about it. It is nothing to be concerned about. In any case, we will just have to make sure things are more careful. I think we'll also have to start worrying about defending ourselves better.
Yeah, I got cool new spells to use, I suppose.
Anything of use?
Well, it's mostly for my protection, kinda. That's what I mainly got, and let me just check really quickly.
Forgot what spells? You forgot what 2 spells you picked?
Yeah, I don't think I got a third level one because I thought I was too busy. Like I don't know what to get.
I think we told there. I don't think there was a third level one you really needed past your coal lightning or past your lightning.
I don't know. I'm gonna check anyways. I might have got something. I know that I got magic missile. I can do the pew pews now.
Did you take up shield?
I have shield on Warding Haven.
True.
So I don't really see a need to have it. Let's see what I have. So I have magic missile, misty step, and I didn't get another one.
Yeah, magic missile and misty step. Those are the 2.
Yeah. So hey, actually, I don't think I got one. Do you want to help pick one? Because I don't really know what to get.
Aren't those the 2 spells you can get?
No, I can get a third level or something. I do
think
have
you
another...
just get 2 spells. I thought you only got 2 spells.
No, I traded. I can trade them out.
Oh yeah, you can trade one. Yes, that's true. If you want to replace one, you can replace. That's true.
But I got a new spell. I got a new learn spell that I can get, and I don't know what to get.
Oh, that's right. Because didn't you get rid of Shatter? Or not Shatter. Thunderwave.
Yes.
Yeah, because Thunderwave was kind of useless for you.
I know. Not Thunderwave. I got rid of something. No, I got rid of Blur.
Really? Blur's actually kind of useful.
It's concentration.
That is true. Counterspell.
Yeah, but Cinder already has it.
You really can't have too many counterspells. That is, but fair enough.
There's Wall of Water. There's Slow, Sleet Storm.
Yes, Cinder already picked up Slow.
All right, I can get Fly.
Flies can be very useful.
Conjure lesser demons. What if I do get that?
I mean, is that a Cirque spell? I guess it is.
Yeah. Conjure lesser demons.
I mean, that's situationally useful.
What if she just gets it? What would Junpei's reaction be? Just her summoning demons.
Honestly, he probably wouldn't mind because he understands the spell. He's a magic user, so he understands how it works. So yeah, I mean, hey.
Hi, W.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are things going in here?
We were just discussing what Jubei was trying to help Everin pick her third spell.
How's that going?
Well, so far we're torn between Fly and Conjure Minor Demons.
How about hypnotic pattern?
That's not a bad one.
Yeah, it's kind of good. It's like it makes them. It makes them incapacitated and charmed. So it's
Uh,
advantage on it is it's an automatic crit, isn't it? It's incapacitated if you hit.
well, yeah, but it ends as soon as it takes damage.
Yeah, but you can still get one really good hit off.
It's more useful for control, right? The way you want to use hypnotic pattern generally is you got a group of guys coming at you, so you hypnotic pattern then while the rest of the party clears up the other party enemy, and then we come back to mop up the other shit he's after. So, like, say that situation where that little fucker was kept using Eldritch Blast on you,
Mhm.
you would have hypnotic patterned him to knock him out, then we would have cleaned up the shitties, and then we would have just ganked that guy one round.
Alright, I only get hypnotic pattern.
Right, so I mean, it's good at control. It's a good control spell.
It seems pretty cool though that she like hypnotic pattern does kind of fit, but it's also kind of like weird, like is description saying. Alright, sorry. Tavia, hi.
Hi.
You could also got Stinking Cloud. That would have been funny.
No, no,
Just lets out a fart and
no, no,
it kind of fits your whole goddess thing.
no, no. Hypnotic pattern is just fine.
So were you guys like RPing getting your new spell?
At this point, we were. Yes, she was asking Jubei for an opinion.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just in the forge talking. If Davia says she's had her long rest and wants to come out because she can move again once she's had one long rest.
Or she could just gripe and just yell at us to come over so she can lay
Alright.
down.
All right, she finishes up her long rest and make her way over.
Oh, that is a very useful spell, Everin. Hypnotic pattern, that can be very useful.
It's kind of weird though how to use it though. I have to like move my hands like this, and it's like I can like hypnotize them almost. It's weird to use it, but it's cool.
To be fair, I mean, if you, I know some people that it could be very useful against.
Mm-hmm.
What are you both doing in here?
Oh, Davia, you're up. Are you? Oh, you're doing better. You can move again.
She rubs her eyes and gives a tired middle finger.
Hi, Davia.
Hello, Evelyn. What are you doing?
Just sitting around in my room.
Are we currently in her room right now?
It's the
Apparently,
forge.
her room is in the forge.
Oh, okay. Why did you decide to make this your room again?
It's warm, and my friends can come visit me, which they usually do by force because they have to make stuff.
It's warm for me, but for people like you, isn't it hot?
No, it's fine.
Looks at Jubei.
He looks at Davia, gives a shrug, is like, "Yeah, gods, what can you say?"
It looks back at Everin. I mean, for people like Jubei, then, and right.
Well, yeah, I'm not just human. I mean, I'm part human, yes, but like the other part's not really human. I don't know. How do you guys forget that so much?
No, never mind. I won't ask any more questions about that, but what are you working on? Tom's gonna take a seat, still looking very exhausted.
Well, I personally have begun work on my katana.
And you?
Oh, I'm just hanging out here.
I think she was napping when I came in.
Yes.
Everyone, you should probably really move your room.
Why?
This is a very dumb place to put it.
No, I like it. I mean, I do have an official room, but I prefer staying here.
Even with the sound of clanging metal and whatnot.
Oh, I'm used to it.
Slow blink.
Apparently nobles have very funny things.
Well, mostly me though, because I have to pretend that I'm not really phased by anything, which I usually am not, and I just pretend to ignore it and have a smile on my face. That's usually what I have to do as a noble.
Fair.
Wait. What?
I was made to be a wallflower. Look pretty, don't really care about anything else. Do feminine things, you know.
Davia rolls her eyes. I mean, I'm beautiful and I don't do that. You have other things you can do.
Well, that's what being a noble is like.
It sounds boring.
It is, but you get used to it and you find creative things to do in your own way.
Like sleeping in forges.
Okay, that's just my kind of thing. Doesn't have to do anything with nobility, I just like it.
Fair enough.
Is there currently anything in the forge right now?
Probably like Cinder's stuff that she's been working on, like a hand.
All of Jubei's crap that he forges and works on.
And a little like bed in the corner.
Oh my
I was
god.
always curious why that was there.
How did you not notice it?
It's not that I didn't notice it. It's just I figured it was Victor or something putting it there for a gag.
No, I use it.
Yes, I realize that now, Everin.
What? Why in here of our places?
Like I told you, it's warm when I get to meet my friends here.
Many of your friends are not. Well, she thinks for a moment. Actually, they are in here rather often.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I don't stay in here all that long.
Well, following that line of thinking, you could also be in the kitchen. Put the bed on the floor there or something.
Actually, this sounds like a pretty good idea. I could get food whenever I want.
Exactly.
I don't be able to see Cinder though. She like doesn't eat.
That's fair.
Why would you want to see Cinder?
She's my friend.
Ugh, Taffy gives a look of disgust.
She's actually really nice. It's just that she has a hard time expressing her feelings.
I disagree.
I know what she said to you. And it's hard for her to convey things that are too overly emotional to her.
Oh, she conveyed it very well, actually.
I know she did that. She apologizes and she didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Or hurt you at all.
No, she didn't.
Everyone's gonna give like the fussy, pouty face.
You probably just noticed that Jubei is totally having that awkward looking up in the sky, trying to not be part of the conversation as he slowly works on his katana. I am not here, I am not involved.
Just because she can, Davia looks towards him. Right, the Jubei?
Yeah.
Right,
Boy,
Jubei?
boy, this is Ding! Ding! This is so loud! Ding! Sorry, I can't hear Ding! I mean, this is really loud work! Ding!
Davia shoots Everett like this mischievous grin before looking back at Jubei. Jubei knows that I'm always right?
What? But this time, I think I'm a bit right, Davia. Right, Jubei?
Oh boy! Ding! It is good to do this work! Ding! Yeah, to wax the pecs! Ding!
shirt off when he works in the forge. So.
Right. You did mention that before.
Yeah, he's always shirtless in the forge because of the heat and the sweat. always loud. Dink. Boy, get that work on those biceps. Dink. Nobody's trying to ignore a conversation over here. Dink.
Davia like holds up a hand by her mouth to mouth the words to Everin, saying, "Let's pretend to argue to try to get him involved."
Mm-hmm.
Jubei, you agree though, right? I am always right. I never make mistakes.
But there's sometimes you do, and you just have that's okay. And it's just like, come on, you had Jubei bail you out sometimes, and even me.
Davia gives Everin a look like we're supposed to be pretending.
Everyone's giving her own mischievous grin.
Dink! Oh, this blade is going to be great! Dink! I can't wait to hit things with it! Dink!
And what's great is that the dink is actually just this tiny little one too.
Yeah, because he's just actually like doing tiny little edge marks on it, right? Because he's trying to make it magic, so it's edging the magic runes into the blade. It's like dink, dink, dink. Oh, this is loud! Dink, 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 dink.
But Jubei knows that is not actually the case ever.
I mean, last time, it's just sometimes you need help, and that's okay. And we're willing to help you when things like that happen, where you almost die, and we're here to help you. Right, Jubei?
Oh, working on this forge is so tiring. Dink, maybe I should take a nap. Dink!
Davia's eye twitches a little.
Please don't get me involved. Gods, why have you done this to me? Dink!
I do not cause issue that much. That was just a particular situation where the person was very determined.
Well, there's a lot of particular situations, Davia.
Oh, for the love of... Please, you just hear, please, gods, Dink! Don't let them kill each other in the forge, Dink! There is a lot of things that can go boom in here, Dink!
Even though Jubei's not looking, he's gonna hear the very familiar click of a gun loading.
Oh, God!
And you hear familiar static electricity just like zoom around.
Oh, God, he's gonna put his sword down and walk over and goes, is there a problem, ladies?
Cut the bullshit, Jubei. I'm going to kill her.
What do you mean?
Would Everett, please, would you, I mean, you know, everybody makes mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
glower,
some
turns to glower to him.
Some mistakes cost lives, so stop making them.
Everyone looks very pleased with herself that he agreed with her, kind of.
I'm talking to you, Everett.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Davia looks over at Everett again. You know, I was thinking that I might try to be nicer to you, but I've changed my mind.
Wait, no, please, I'm sorry. It was
Nope,
just a joke.
too late.
It was a joke. Come on, I wasn't being serious. It was not your fault that happened. It was kind of their fault, and they were kind of stupid. You know, it was entirely fine. I was kidding, okay?
Continue.
I'm sorry, Davia. I meant it as a joke. I was trying to not be serious, but you took it seriously, and I didn't mean to. That wasn't entirely your fault.
Would you apologize to someone? Typically, you want to be at an eye level where you have to look up at them. She points down at the floor.
That means you're on the floor?
No, she points forever to go to the floor.
I'm basically already down there because I'm short. Whatever. She's just gonna sit down like cross-legged.
Kneeling.
My knees hurt though.
Alright, I'll just continue to be mean then.
I will put my face against the floor. That'll make you happier.
You're kowtowing.
Arches a brow to see if she'll actually do it.
She's just gonna lay face down on the floor.
Alright, what was that apology?
I'm sorry, Dahlia.
And
It wasn't entirely her fault. Okay?
and
She's kind of confused about what else you want.
she's looking for praises about herself.
You did a good job not dying.
God, that sounded like such an underhanded phrase.
Davia shoots the floor an inch away from her head.
You actually see that she doesn't flinch from it this time.
Try better.
You got really cool new powers I'm jealous of.
Alright, that's better. Head up.
Now she sits up again.
Davia has learned the tentacle hentai spell.
Pasting herself till she's all cleaned up again.
Davia's just sitting one leg crossed over the other, putting her gun. And then immediately, after her like holding up that like I am clearly so wonderful and great position, she immediately just kind of slumps a bit to the side to rest her head against the. I could feel my pulse in my head.
See, breathe now. I'm going to grab some water off like a pail or something, just freeze it and just like keep it above her so she's like has like a makeshift like I don't know, like just nice cooling
Ice bag?
system. Ice bag. And just hold it above her.
With how hot the room is and how warm her natural body temperature
I
is,
can
it
keep
probably won't
cooling it.
Okay.
Cheap water, I can consistently just keep making it cold, so it's not gonna just like drip or anything.
Davia closes her eyes because a semi-grateful smile, if not kind of looking like a bit of a grimace because she's just uncomfortable as well with the pain. It's just like, thanks for all the effort. Who would have thought almost dying would be painful?
I mean, I kind of experienced it once before. Twice.
Gives her a look. Has everyone ever got down to 5 exhaustion points?
Nobody has
No.
ever gotten down to 5 exhaustion points because this is a new system, remember?
Yeah, but I was a roll away. Like I had to roll to see if I
Yeah,
made my last
she
death
was
save.
down to 2 failed death saves with a roll to kill her.
Yeah.
I got that
was
multiple
there before.
Yeah, that's like weekly for Davia. Like, that's a Thursday. You call it near death? I call it a Thursday.
I only a Thursday, not a Tuesday.
Well, yes, but this is one of the situations where I honestly thought I was going to die, which is new. Usually when I get close to death, I'm sure I'm going to get back up.
I always think I'm gonna die.
Well, that's because you're a coward.
Well, I'm not that much anymore.
Yeah, you got a little better. You're still kind
I mean, I
of...
can be worried and like stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I'm just giving you shit, Everin.
I know. It's just that I'm kind of worried about what's going to happen next.
A lot of things, I'm sure.
Well, we fixed that thing with the skull guy, whatever. And now we're just chilling out for a little bit till you get better. And after that, we have to maybe see what Asen has for us, but I'm more concerned with the bounty that's been increasing every day, and it's been about a week or something, maybe even a month, and I don't know how much it is.
David kind of side-eyes Jubei at the mention of what's next before looking at everyone. Well, once we're all back to normal, I'm sure we can talk about what we'll be doing next.
Yeah, we have so many things we have to do. We have to help Jubei, and then we have to help me, and the door thing, but we can't do it yet, I think. But that's mainly what we have to do.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about the bounty.
I don't know. We might get some bounty hunters over here. Or whatever. Maybe an assassins.
There's nothing to be scared of. Honestly, your biggest threat was probably me a number of weeks ago.
We got your back, don't worry. You're fine.
No, I wasn't. I meant in the sense that I was your biggest threat in terms of the bounty.
Oh yeah. I'm very aware of that.
She rolls her eyes. I won't do anything anymore.
I know. That's why I'm okay with talking to you about it.
Honestly, though, that girl would have been nice. Oh, I know. She looks over at Everin. You can make up for it.
With what?
Let's see. The last bounty I saw was 3,000 gold, something like that. And seeing as how I decided to not turn you in, despite the payout, obviously the right thing to do is to make it up to me by slowly paying back all that coin I could have gotten.
Well,
Just a
Jubei
grin.
was the one who convinced you otherwise.
If Jubei wasn't here, I still. She thinks real hard.
Jubei was the one thing that stopped you, so maybe he should pay it for being so nice. He did get you such a nice purse.
She arches a brow. Are you trying to push off your debt onto Jubei?
Yes.
Looks over at him.
Wait,
Have to
what?
say
Everin, what are you doing?
Nothing you should be concerned about.
She's saying you should take on the 2,000 to 3,000 gold debt that she now has since I did not turn her.
Ah, I see. So I am to pay that debt now, am I, Everin?
Yes. Please?
Yes, and where do you think I have this 2,000 to 3,000 gold lying around?
You're a lord now, aren't you?
Well, I mean, it's not like I'm a rich lord.
Well, you could be.
Actually, now that I think about it, he did already give me a bag of holding. Though it's a small one, that doesn't really cover all the costs, but it will.
I mean, he's a lord. I'm sure you can find a way to get money, and I can help you with that, knowing the ins and outs of nobility. So, working together, we might be able to find something agreeable.
I mean, we all live in a bloody castle, for fuck's sakes. I mean...
I know, but that's not enough.
I guess. Let's be honest here. At this point, we have other things to worry about. Just maybe. Just a few.
I think my coin comes first, always. She has this big grin on her face.
And it is part of your lordly duties, isn't it?
To pay off your debt?
No, to make money, and then I can use that money to pay off my debts.
Well, you have money coming for you pretty quick here.
Not quick enough, apparently.
Well, I mean, we just have to go and collect the reward for taking care of the pirate.
But we need something that's an annual, consistent income for the castle that isn't just us going around questing.
That's called taxes, Everin.
Exactly.
Well,
That
I
is
have no
good.
problem getting the tax system set up once the people are set up properly.
And it's been quite some time now, so they
Yes,
should
and
be.
there probably is a tax system set up, and for the sake of metagaming, I will be more than happy to create a tax system when fucking No finally brings me the sheets I need to actually do this. There seems to be some sort of god preventing me from working out a social economic system at the moment.
Yes, and with my knowledge and ability to help you make it, I think I could have a cut of the shares. Just a little bit.
The
Well, if
tax.
anyone is going to get that, I thought it would be me.
He just looks around, starts banging his head against the door.
Again! The simple fact of the matter is that we nearly need to get everything together. We have time. There is no rush. And as far as the taxes go, yes, we will get taxes, which we will use to increase the productivity of the area, which will result in bigger taxes, which will be used to make a bigger area, till eventually get a huge area and then a lot of tax money at once. Think of it as farming.
And Davia, I can sense that people lie, so if you want me to help you in any way,
I mean, she could make a great tax collector in that sense.
yep.
Oh, absolutely.
That's one of my abilities out of character. I can sense if anyone lies to me. So I'm like an amazing kind of lie detector. Just shove me in the general direction.
But
So that's.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
No, just keep going.
So Davia, I could do that for you to pay off my debt. Apparently, that I have suddenly.
Very well, as long as I get my coin. Though that does remind me, she looks at Jubei. Technically, you do still have a bit of a debt since we had to pass on that gem.
You are blaming me because we could not acquire a gem of death.
I mean, there was no one else here to blame.
I'm gonna hide from the directional view of Davia.
To be fair, I literally tried everything we possibly could to get the gem of death. And I did give you that nice bag. I mean, honestly, we could blame Bill and just take it out of his wages for the next 50 years.
Actually, do we even have to give him the cut? We can just say that we gave him.
We're not giving him anything.
Okay.
Well, Bill apparently just wants wages, so we will pay him like a soldier. That generally comes out to be roughly 2 gold a day.
Mm-hmm. 2 gold a day? This is a bit much for me. Like that is a bit much.
Also, moving away from the change in topic, I'm not forgetting about the gem.
I don't know what you want me to do about the gem of death that we left behind. It is like there is a cruel god who put gems and octopuses on me just so everybody could be upset with me.
Oh, the octopus! I forgot about that.
What did I do?
Oh, Jubei, we are not upset with you. Well, speaking for myself at the very least, I'm not upset with you. I'm simply trying to tilts her head. Get you to spoil me as much as possible, since you are very easy to fall.
You know what? Jubei's just gonna walk up to Davia. He's just gonna put a just put a hand on her shoulder and look her straight and goes,
Davia, I promise you that very soon you will be paid a beautiful item just for you.
Squints to see if he's truthful.
guidance myself to deceive you. That gives me the edge.
Worth
want
as
that
much
too.
as our gem.
We have no idea how much that gem was worth.
It was probably worth a good deal.
Or it was a cubit zirconia for all you know.
With powers like that?
We never actually saw if the gem had powers. It apparently was just a trap. So,
Fair.
in any case, perhaps the gem will show up later, and then we will grab it then. But I promise you, Davia, I will have a present for you forthwith.
And
A
if you get,
a costly present.
A very costly present.
That is all that I care for.
and if you can get this ring off my finger, you can have it.
Davia slowly pulls out a dagger.
No, that isn't going to cut off my finger.
Have you tried?
I don't want to lose a finger. I can't cast stuff probably well without
Well,
one.
I take it off, slip it off with the removed finger, and then Jubei casts him curing to reattach.
I don't think it'll easily get off like that.
Davia, do you really want a cursed ring that makes you obey a son of a bitch?
Well, it sounds like it'd be costly.
Probably, if you could somehow work the enchantment to resell it.
Fair.
Where if you don't obey, you're in seething pain.
And apparently the person you have to obey is a man named Gaston.
Not just men, the family.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
mostly just him.
Yes.
Oh, actually, speaking of which, Davia's gonna take out a couple items off of her belt. A container and little flint rock thing is just like. So I was planning to use this on the individual that we faced earlier, but well, things went differently. So I've already spent coin on these. So if we ever come across Gaston, just let me know when you want to light him on fire.
Okay.
Boy, there are so many people lighting people on fire in this party.
Yeah, it's just that, I think we have to deal with him soon.
Who, Gaston?
Yeah,
Well,
because I would not be surprised if he already knew where I was.
well, it's possible we will deal with him next.
Yeah, and it's just that I'm kind of terrified. That's one thing I'm kind of scared of right now. Like, I don't care if we face a dragon or whatever. I'm fine with that. I'd rather face a dragon.
Evan, we have faced dragons, we have faced undead monstrosities from the sea, we have faced Bill in a boat where we couldn't get away from him. I think we're ready for anything.
Yeah, but you need a different kind of fighting style for nobility like that. Davia is the closest thing that can deal with him. That's still a maybe. I don't even think he'd be interested in you, Davia.
What's that supposed to mean?
He wants
apparently, the man has no taste.
Well, he doesn't have taste in beauty, kind of. He has taste in what can be the biggest prize for him.
As I said, no taste.
I am annoying.
I mean, you are beautiful, Davia, but that isn't exactly what he is looking for. He does want beauty, but not just beauty. And someone who can possibly murder him. He wants, like, I don't know, like, a trophy kind of thing. I don't know, like a...
You're still losing me.
He wants
Everett.
something that no one else could have. that is not like you're a tiefling, right? There's many other tieflings. That's what I'm trying to say. You are still unique as being Davia, but not as just being a tiefling. You're beautiful, more beautiful than anyone else, Davia. But that doesn't count.
I
Just
will
gonna
let
put. Sorry, go.
I will let it pass since you are right.
Junpei's just gonna put a sympathetic hand on Everett's shoulder and goes, "It is really hard to not keep putting your foot in the mouth around her, isn't it?"
Yes. And
Davia flips her hair at that.
like, there's like, I'm a demigod, okay? And you're not, sadly, even though you could be with the beauty that you have, but still. That's something that he wanted. Because there's very rare amounts of us. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
It's
well,
like,
at the very least, we could still try. And if we ever do come across him, is there any particular way you want him to suffer?
I just, I don't know. I just don't want him to bother me ever again and not bother anyone else.
So dead.
If it has to come to it, then yeah.
Well, you know, Everin, all you have to do is ask, and I could put my old talents to use if need be.
I don't want you to do that for me, though. Also, I don't want to owe you.
Well, you already owe me, so it's not like it would make much of a difference.
I don't want to owe you even more than I possibly do right now.
I will put this one on the house.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I don't want you just going by yourself.
Well, I assume there will be some sort of plans. I'm not alone, but in the case of when I do get him alone, I could make him hurt for how much you have hurt.
It's just that he isn't entirely weak. He is strong. I don't know how, but I just know he is.
I just know. I just have this weird feeling Nano is just gonna make this guy like a total breeze, and it's just his bodyguards and soldiers that are strong. But like he's just gonna break down crying in a corner.
I don't think so, actually. I think it's kind of the opposite.
Could be. We'll see. Maybe he
Yeah,
comes
I
out with like a giant magic mech suit.
I think he is kind of strong in his own way, where he has a lot of magical stuff. But like he is from the richest thing in this country, and this country is rich, you know. He's from the richest house, and he is like the heir, kind of.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
The
So
better
think-
to rob.
Yes, but that what comes being rich, as you know, Davia, comes being powerful, manipulative, in a good way for you though. You're really good at it, and and the ability to use magical items. So even though he may be a weakling, he could still probably do something like that.
All I'm hearing is more reason for us to kill him and rob him of everything he owns.
Yeah, but it might be more than we can handle at this point.
Have you forgotten everything we have battled?
I know, but we haven't battled nobility yet.
That is the most weakest thing out of all the things we have come across.
That is not.
Yes, nobility have coin. Yes, they have connections and whatever nonsense they can pay for with their money, but in the end, they are not individuals that have had to suffer and deal with death around every corner for their entire life. They are cowards who hide behind gold and coin and whatever nonsense that they can pay for.
Kind of, but not. I lived in that life. I know more about it than anyone else. Here, I suppose. It's a bit different than that. Yes, they don't They hide behind it, but they hide behind it well. They know how to use it. That's how they became nobility, is by fighting people like us.
Eivor, let me ask you something. If, as you are now, if suddenly for some reason the you from the day that we all first met was suddenly in front of you and challenged you to a battle, would you be scared?
I mean, it's not just a battle, it's a battle in another way. They're not going to want us. They're not going to let us fight in the way that's our comfort.
When do we ever fight in a way that is to our comfort? We always go in running without knowing what's to face.
But we still fight, though. They won't let us. It will be different.
Well, we could just light the place on fire and see who runs out.
That is also an option.
Erin kind of just looks very concerned at this point. Like, she's not fidgeting, she's not anything. She just looks kind of
Everin,
disappointed, pitiful. in a way.
Everin, the fact of the matter is that whoever Gaston is and however strong he is, I'm sure as long as we all stick together, we can defeat him.
This is the one time where I'm not so sure.
Everin, we are literally facing demons of hell. We are facing creatures of vengeance, and we are facing a guy who is literally hunting down and killing gods for fun.
I'd rather deal with that than him.
I think you are way overestimating this man's purse.
Erin, let me tell you something. I get it in a way, but recently I learned that if you are around a certain person for a long period of time, and they manage to convince you that they are the most strongest person you have ever come across, and raise you and live around you, treating you to those ideals, yes, you are going to put them on a pedestal and think of them as stronger than they actually are. But in the end, perhaps you might also learn that reality isn't as grandiose as you originally believed, and that perhaps that this strength that they brainwashed you into believing having isn't actually there.
I couldn't stop him. I tried my best to.
Yet, that was you before. Which is why, again, if you were to see the person you were before right now, the girl you yourself called a coward, do you believe you're still that person?
No, but it would hurt a lot.
Oh, absolutely. It's not going to be easy, no, but it will get easier.
I know. That was the one time where I was truly vulnerable and I could do nothing. Now I still have a chance to do something. I could, even when I was scared. But then there was nothing at all.
And now you can do more. And as each day goes by, you will continue to be able to do more than the day before.
She looks a little bit more convinced, but it's just sitting on her bed now. Just like it's just that we don't have to deal with this, but I'm here. It's one connection.
Yes, and it's not as if you will be facing him alone. You will be surrounded by people who, as well, are getting stronger every day.
You don't have to fight him. I don't want you guys to have to fight him for me.
For you? No, I'm doing it for selfish reasons. I want his coin, and he deserves.
Everyone from woman actually looks kind of heartbroken by that, but she like quickly like shakes it off. Like, this is Davia talking about. It's fine.
Which is why she should read into it more.
Jubei knows what's
Davia-
going on, but
Yeah. Davia can't say things honestly. She says them in roundabout ways.
in any case, Jubei will put a hand on Everett's shoulder and goes, Everett, the fact is that we are a family and we stick together.
Davia,
Hmm.
can you answer this one question honestly for me?
Gives a hesitant squint, but eventually just like, sure.
I need to think of the wording for this correctly. Because I need to make sure I say this right. Do you care about my well-being? About just me? Not by any point of money, wealth, or friendship, just as me.
Davia kind of scoffs and looks off to the side and mutters to herself, surrounded by a bunch of sops. And then looks over to Everin again and lifts up her palm to show her. Did you already forget the oath that we made?
Everyone's just gonna start crying. You just run over and just like jump hug Davia.
Oh.
Jubei looks at watching that happen and he goes, well, I really ought to get back to the blade, dink.
Davia just has this face.
She's just holding on to her, like just refusing to let go.
Like a little sister latching onto a big sister after not seeing her for weeks.
How long are you going to cling to me?
I don't know. I just need it right now, okay? I just
Bunch of sensitive babies, the lot of you.
Everett
She'll lightly pat Everin's back.
I just imagine you're both wincing since you're both still exhausted and.
Davia's good at hiding her pain.
Everyone
Everett is
doesn't
not.
care. She's like, no, this is more important. Davia, you mean a lot to me too, okay? Just know that. I don't know if you do, but I'm being completely 100% honest when I say that you mean a lot to me too, okay?
Kind of gives a visible swallow. It's just.
What did you say? You cut out for a second.
I know.
Because, like, if he comes back again in some, like, weird, like, voodoo, like, undead way, I will kill him.
Evan, it's okay.
Or anyone else. Sorry, this is a really emotional moment for me right now, and I just want to show that I care, and I don't know how, so I'm just going to say that.
You'll murder anyone that gets in Davia's way? I suppose it's a way to show you care.
That's usually how I do it.
This is true.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do it, and I'm trying to convey to you that's way familiar to you, I suppose.
Gives a kind of amused laugh at that. Uh, less in a less awkward way is now lightly rubbing her back. You don't have to worry about that. I think I'm going to take a bit of a break with all the vengeance stuff.
That's okay. That is completely understandable. Vengeance is vengeance, and we can hang out and go to the beach.
Because that worked out so well last time.
This time it will be fine.
Tink.
Aren't you not listening?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Tink. Okay.
Yes, we can go on a beach. We can rest for a little bit. Find out what's wrong with Jubei, and it'll be fine.
A lot of things, I'm sure.
But like the main thing that's like sticking to his arm like a disease.
Goes quiet for a moment. Right.
We'll help him take care of it.
We will. But during our break time here, other than beach, and of course more aiming lessons, which I'm going to give you.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you want to do?
Well, I can control minor. I can tell you what I know. I have more powers, I suppose, that might be able to help in some way.
I meant more.
Relaxation purposes.
Oh,
Yes, that, but also she kind of leans back a bit to give Everin a one of those kind of looks where, like, I'm about to bully you a little bit. I noticed that you like to cling to Cinder and Ella quite a bit. Is there a reason for that?
they're my friends.
Arches a brow.
They're my friends, like you are, as well as Jubei.
You cling to them a lot more.
Well, Cinder needs my help, and Ayla's just really nice.
If you say so.
You see that she has like a slut, like it's maybe the heat, but like when she talked about Ayla.
Blushing.
Tavin narrows her eyes a bit. It's just like, alright, you got to explain it to me though. Like, honestly, like, religious zealot nonstop talks about her god and this cowering little mouse. Or
You think
She's
that's
super-
bad? She was asking how tall she liked Victor's men. Or women. Dink.
The reason why I asked is because I want to warn the women who come in who are that height. I do not like him. Like, he's nice as a person and stuff, but like I don't like him in that way. It is gross.
you really have been around Ayla too much.
He's still a nice person. He's like a friend of mine too, but like I wouldn't date him or anything. Ew. He's like a friend and that's it. He's like a weird like uncle that you talk to really rarely, but he's kind of cool.
I'm sort of sad he's not here to hear all this.
Victor walks in.
Actually, I think it'd be funnier if you just see like a pile of scrap move and goes, that wasn't the nicest thing I've had all day.
What?
Dink.
Victor,
What?
what are you doing here?
You mean, what is that doing in here? He's doing the research on this, fixing us the magical items on, building the gears on the wires.
Why haven't you said anything?
I was just listening for enjoyment's sake.
But back on what you are saying, why her of all people? She's a mess.
I agree.
Well, she's nice. She's really caring. She's really pretty. She's really nice to me, and she cares a lot. And I have this insatiable need to protect her and make sure that she is okay. That's even more than like a lot of other people that I know. That's like even more. Like I feel like I have to watch her and make sure that she doesn't do anything. And like
Yeah, I do too, but not for that reason.
Gives him a look. What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't want her to do anything, period. Anything she does, probably bad for everyone here, yeah?
True, she always wanted to keep everything clean and nice and perfect.
Yeah, you know, one of
Everything's
these
good to
days she's gonna
you.
bring a god here and he's gonna smite us.
Yeah, everyone's just gonna keep like rambling on him, like she makes really good tea. She dresses really nice and like she looks really pretty. She has nice hair; it's super soft.
You know, at this point, Victor looks over at Davi and goes, you know what? I should really pick up this shining spell.
Even though it could be useful, especially on Bill.
It's challenge, not empty stupidity cone.
Tommy looks back at Everett. Well, if you like her so much, then why don't you hang with him during our time here?
I was going to, but I need to rest.
Of course.
I was
Actually-
talking to her earlier, actually,
About what?
about what we were doing and stuff. I told her everything. Not everything, but everything. Basic everything.
Davia looks over towards Jubei as well. What about you? I heard that you and Ella as well have also gotten a little close.
Well, I will not admit that me and Hale have had exchange of conversations. I consider her one of our companions and friends.
You don't find her annoying?
He looks at Davia with like a, Davia, I was raised in a religious temple of holy warriors. Do you think I am not used to zealots?
And
Alright,
my mother
fair.
is a goddess, so I'm just accepted, kind of.
Ugh, I forgot I'm surrounded by religious people.
Hey, watch what you say! I do
I was
not
going
follow
to say
this.
I was about to say except you, Big Bear, but whatever.
Yeah, but I do not follow this simple and unscientific ways of your gods. We need to move forward with the science and the magic and have to do the best without relying on the praying on the bending of the knees. It's
Well,
bad for
that's
the
the
hips.
thing, though. Setsuna saved all of our lives.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. We would
let
be
me
dead if
ask-
it were...
But let me ask you this. Why were you in danger in the first place?
Because of Samus? The night thing that tried to murder me before?
Because...
I didn't have a choice in it, okay? And I think she fell in love with my dad. Come on. I don't have to guilt her for that. He's a nice person. Plus, I don't know.
See, there you go. They're all having these affairs and leaving their kids behind.
It's like Jubei liking Davia. Don't fault him for that. He didn't have a choice in it. She's just really pretty and stuff. It's like saying that. Like, Davia can't stop doing that.
Davia grins at that. Always ready for the praise.
See?
You know, it's not that Davia's not pretty and all that stuff. A little too short for me, but the fact of the matter is there's a difference between, you know, falling in love with someone and having a kid and dumping them off on them.
Well, I don't really know about what happened with that, because, that was kind of weird. That's the part where he didn't really want to tell me about that stuff, and I don't think she meant for it to happen, but it did.
Well, let's put it this way. You said you had a sister there too, right?
She stops suddenly and just doesn't even look at him.
So, how many other siblings you got, eh?
I don't think I have any more.
Well, the fact of the matter is your daddy wasn't the first man, obviously.
Oh, woman, I don't know how the gods do the whole mating thing, but it's a bit of a mystery.
This is just my own hypothesis, I suppose, but I think I'm the last one.
Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Family is important.
It is.
You know what? If you bring me the party, I could see if I could do something.
It's kind of in Zamis right now. She doesn't really have one. Her soul got sucked up into him, and her body kind of got incinerated.
Victor starts rubbing his chin. The short sucked, you say, yeah?
Yeah, it's where you suck the soul of a demigod and you become stronger.
Well, I wonder if she's a way to reverse that.
That would be nice.
You know, there is a possibility. There is a spell that allows one to kill a person and take their soul and implant it in a gem to use for magical and dark purposes. It sounds like a variation of the spell.
Davia side glances him at that.
What? There's a necromancer. You don't think I know this shit?
Is that what that was?
I'm going to go to sleep now. And Evelyn just kind of like waddles over to her bed and just face plants it and probably passes out.
Watch out for the kids.
Kids are down here.
You just feel a horn in your back.
She's just going to cuddle up with one of them.
You got Fernando, Boris, and Nick cuddling up with you now. The little Minotaur
Okay.
babies.
They're probably really soft.
Yeah, probably.
And she's like, this is nice.
God, that's sweet.
Probably equally sized too.
Oh, you know, I forgot to mention that my daughter came in while you guys were all gone, yeah?
Oh?
Oh, yeah. She's been busy, unfortunately, speaking with, Okay, no worries, Aries.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye!
Bye, W. Bye, Doobie.
Bye!
Bye-bye. By the way, did we also need to discuss, anything with Chris tomorrow? Because he's not here for the next 2 games?
No, that's fine.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to know if if we need to plan anything with that.
Want to swap to other call?
Sure, why not? No, but,
Yeet.
yeah. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, my daughter is here, yeah?
When she gets here.
Oh, it's about a week ago or so. You know what? She's been so busy lately, and she's been wanting to meet you and Jube. I figured you look like you needed a nap first, so I made sure she respected your ban. Did you two want to meet her?
I mean, it does not matter to me, honestly.
Ah, well, suit yourself.
Looks over towards Jubei, just dinking at his sword.
Jube kind of looks over back at Davi and kind of shrugs, like, I mean, admit it, Davi, you have to be a little curious.
I mean, it's not like I have anything else to do.
I have to admit, I'm curious to see what a Minotaur gnome looks like.
Alright. She slowly stands back up on her feet, holding the wall for a bit, and then adjusts to stand up.
Davi, would you like a bit of help?
Yeah, it's fine. I can handle myself.
I was just going to offer you a cane.
If you mean to whack you upside the head with, then sure.
Jubei just smiles. Well, let's go.
She glances at Victor and then gives a look towards Jubei like, this guy.
I'll say Victor wanders over to the temple where, oddly enough, I imagine the funniest thing is probably Clarabelle and Ayla have been constantly talking to each other as two holy people.
Probably.
I just.
And
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
yes, as seeing them, Davi's just like, oh god, we were just talking about.
Yeah, it would is. Apparently there are.
Well, I just tell you, Ayla, that the way we have been running this keep lately, you have been just keeping it the most spick and span with your friends and all your help you've had.
Oh no. There's definitely more from all the work that you've been doing. You've been helping us a lot.
Oh, pshaw, Ayla. I've only been doing what you've been leading me to. After all, you're the one taking charge and making this place so homely and nice.
Oh
This-
no. I just really want everyone to feel safe, you know. And I believe that's Jubei and
What? And you see the little tiny little gnome, Nomator turn around. Well. Daddy, you didn't say that Davia and Jubei had been back? Yeah. So, Davia, this is Clarabelle. Jubei, Clarabelle, Davia und Jubei.
Hello.
I have to say, my daddy was right about you. You are just lovely, aren't you?
Davia gives Victor a look at that.
What? You're a good-looking girl. You're just a little short is all.
Well, at very least, I'm glad you're not blind. Looks over towards the girl. Yes, hello, I'm Davia.
Oh my God, I have. My word, who polish? Your horns are just lovely. Do you polish them?
But no, they are just shaped this way. I
Oh,
mean, if you would like to touch, she kind of leads her head a bit so she can touch him.
She's put a look. Oh, they are just so smooth. I have to tell you, mine are just a horrible treat. I have to constantly buffer them and keep them with wax to keep them nice and pressed.
She lifts her head again. Surprisingly enough, I don't really have to put too much effort. I'm just naturally look this way. Bats her eyes.
Oh, you are so lucky. I have to admit, I do have to try so hard myself. Oh, and this must be Jubei. Oh, he is a hunk of a man, isn't he?
Victor, what is going on here?
What? Now, don't worry. Daddy told me all about you, too, so I won't try to steal you away or nothing.
Again looks at Victor.
What? You know, when I first met Jubei, I mean, you two want a thing? I may have mentioned a thing or two in our transpondencies.
Rolls her eyes.
I just thought he needed someone to look after this poor boy. But the papa can't be proud.
And just very, very quietly, probably so quiet that only Jubei would really be able to hear if he's like listening really intently, her just mumbling, oh, you're not exactly wrong anymore.
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
So, Clarabelle, you are apparently Victor's kid. It's amazing.
It is, and oh, Miss, I just have to admit, I have just been waiting for all you to show up, though. I must admit, the time has fly by with Miss Ayla here. She is such a treat.
Oh no. You as well. Talking to you, just the time goes by really quickly.
Oh, I know. It is just amazing to see you. I mean, Ayla, I have to admit, you have to just show these people who's boss, so don't forget. You want everybody to listen to you. You have to assert yourself.
She gives a slow glance over towards Davia, who arches a brow at her, is just like, Ayla nervously looks back at Clarabelle.
I'll try.
Well, in any case, I mean, don't forget though, we had that sermon we were setting up for all the villages down at the down.
Should we? We should probably see if these two would like to join.
And Davia's just like, oh god.
Well, that is a lovely idea. Would you two like to join our sermon?
Well, would you look at the time?
Oh, yes, I mean, yes, it sounds lovely, but Davia and I have to feed the horses.
Looks at Jubei like, really?
Looks at Davia is like,
You know I can't lie.
Yes, feed the horses. Then afterwards we had the plans set.
Yes, exactly. Indeed. That is right. Plans.
Halo looks towards Clarabelle and gives like a, oh well, sort of shrug.
well, that is just a shame, but you know what? We will have to make sure that we give you two a special sermon when you have time.
You really don't need to.
Oh, Pshaw, there is no problem. I mean, sermons are usually stuffy, but you'd be amazed how much more interesting they are when you have two gods in them.
Sadly, I have a bit of a hefty schedule of things I have to take care of, but I'm sure Jubei wouldn't mind filling in for both of.
Jubei just shoots Davi a dirty look.
Yes, that would be fine.
Gives him a little wink.
It is not like I have business to attend to.
See, he would be more than happy to.
Oh, well, that is amazing. Jubei, I'm sure you'll have to tell Miss Davia all about it after you hear it, though. Glares over at Davia.
Oh, yes, I will share every detail.
Gives him a look that's just like, I won't make it easy for you. Well, since we have the I side eyes him horse feeding to take care of. Looks over at the two again. We'll be on our way.
Well, you two have a good time, and do feed the horses well. I mean, they need their protein.
Oh, I'm sure. She snags Jubei's arm to start tugging him.
Oh yeah, Jubei is not going to need anything to get the hell out of that situation. You know what? I wonder what was so weird about your horses. I mean, this is why the skeletal horses are better. You don't need to feed them.
We are not doing that.
But you're going to at least let me do the sewer system, right?
As I said before, only if you do the contractual stuff that you mentioned before.
Yeah. I know. I do have the fresh ones, though, still, right?
No.
Dash, spoiler spot. She's kind of kicks a stone like a little kid.
Halo just squinting at him behind her lenses and then shaking her head.
Now, Dad, you did promise, and you have to keep your word. Yeah, I know. And I would say, for the sake of how Ayla's been knowing, she's noticed that Victor's been easier to manage with his daughter around.
Oh, she's very much noticed. And is very grateful for it. She looks towards Clarabelle, just like,
Oh, I know you probably have to leave in a number of days, but I really hope that you decide to visit more often.
I'll be sure to, honey. After all, Daddy was talking about, you guys are building a keep here, so maybe if you build on me a temple, I could come by and make a more permanent stay.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
It would be great. I just love our girl talks.
Me too.
And I have to say, your polish for helping me clean my horns was amazing. They've never sparkled so well.
I'm so very glad that they work. I've been working very hard to get the proper, formula down, and I'm glad it's working.
It has been wonderful. And I just have to say, Ayla, you are a treat.
Oh, well, thank you. Talking to you is always so wonderful as well.
I know. And Zamos be with you.
And Zeros is with you.
In any case, I suppose it's about time we head off to our little, talk down with the people. They're probably waiting for us.
Oh yes, let's go. Let's go take care of that.
And actually, if you're up for it, would you be up for another Davy Jubei?
Sure, I could do another quickie.
Oh wait, do you gotta go to bed?
No. I mean, like, as in we can't go on for 4 hours like we do.
Says you. No. All right. Let me quickly grab a drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a slice of my cake because I still haven't had a chance to eat my dessert yet. Yo, we'll be back. We'll pick it up again in 2 minutes. Recording again. Had you want to do the next scene, you can set up.
So, as the two are walking away, and then far enough out of earshot that they're out because they're outside, Topic like lightly smacking him with her tail, like, "Are you really feeding the horses?"
Okay, I panicked. What can I say?
Now we have to actually do that in case they decide to stop by.
Well, I mean, it's not a horrible thing. I mean, it's not like the horses are terrible or anything.
Well, yes, but his effort. I wasn't originally planning on putting in.
He just looks over at Dobby and goes,
Well, like, I mean, fair, but I mean, I can do it if you're worried.
Squints. Where are you?
By that I mean, if you don't feel like doing it, I can do it.
Better. Well, since you insist, and this was your horrible lie.
Yeah, fair enough. Jubei goes, we head into the shed where all the horses are, and he just takes out the grain and starts doing the quick feed bag system.
She hops up onto one of the little halfway fences between each stables, just sit and look pretty.
Meanwhile, the horses are probably just nudging Jubei as he pats each one on the nose one by one.
Dawa just checks out her nails. Y'all doing great.
Thank you for the encouragement. You know, Davia, I take it you're not much of a horse person.
Not really. Not great with animals in general.
I suppose so.
He feeds a couple.
I've never been the best with them, but they generally are okay with me.
It's sort of a mixed bag for me. Sometimes I'm able to get away with my charm and charming good looks, but other times they sort of sense past and it doesn't go well.
With your -1 animal handling.
Animal handling's wisdom, is it?
It's a wisdom skill. Yep.
Yep, -1.
Yep. That's why it's a negative. Jubei's got the +2 because of his wisdom, so he's okay.
In any case, I suppose it's, hey, as I said, sometimes I have an easier time with animals than people, to be honest.
Really? Why is that?
Well, with an animal, if you, well, say the wrong words, get flustered, don't know what to do, they tend to not really care.
And with people?
Well, I say when I need to get out of a situation, I need to feed the horses.
That's fair. But at the very least, when you fumble and stutter and make mistakes in front of certain people, it goes well.
I suppose it's true,
He says with a smile.
but it is a bit of a nice thing to just see creatures that don't judge you or care if you're the most charming person on the planet.
You say that as if you don't really think you're all that charming.
Normally I'm not. I know my weaknesses.
Well, yes, you're not the greatest liar, but with charm, that's different.
I suppose.
People like to be around you and like to talk to you, and you're able to draw people in and connect with them emotionally. That allows people to enjoy your presence.
She kind of stops and thinks,
I suppose you're right there. I suppose it's just because I like to listen.
as he pats the horse on the nose as he starts nudging him some more for food.
Which is why I think you don't give yourself enough credit. You are plenty charming. And in any case, if we are to do comparisons, it's a lot better than the, she puts air quotes, charming that I do. It is not as if I am actually making any form of connection with people. It is all very face value.
Jubei shrugs as he keeps feeding the horses.
I don't know, Davia. You tend to make a bigger impact to people than you may think.
I. And who?
Well, apart from the obvious of myself,
He says as he pats another horse down.
Everin is obviously quite smitten with you as well.
Well, I get the sense that it is just because I'm the sort of person she wants to be.
Fair enough. Victor seems to be quite fond of you in his own way.
Kind of looks off to the side. I suppose.
Ayla is terrified of you beyond belief, and that's a sort of affection.
I don't know if I would really count that.
Yeah, that's fair. But, I mean, there are many things about it. But in any case, I mean, it's how it goes, I suppose. And I mean, I do know there are others that have cared for you, Davia.
I suppose. She kind of rests her hand on the fence she's sitting on. Though I cannot help but be a little envious of you sometimes.
Perhaps. I'm envious of you too at times, Davia.
Of me? Of what?
He just kind of gives a laugh.
I don't know. I am envious of the way that you are capable of. If you so choose, Davia, I think you could rally people far better than myself. You know the words when you get in the right mood. You know how to, get what you need when you need it for that. Even if you say you are a little superficial with it, I don't know. When you speak from your heart, though, you can rally people better than myself.
Do I ever really speak from my heart, though?
Kind of looks up at her with a sly smile. He goes,
Well, you did rally me.
Her expression gentles a lot at that before she seems to catch herself and give a playful roll of her. Well, I don't know if that is a victory. You seem to fall for many of the things I say and do.
Only further proof of your divine charm.
Is it divine though? She gives the more shark is grin, blinking her eyes so they go that golden glow instead.
He looks at her and goes,
The difference between divinity and demonicism really sometimes is the point of view, perhaps. I see a goddess before me.
Blinks her eyes back to normal. Oh, really?
Oh, indeed.
Oh, please do flood me more compliments. It always tickles me the right way.
Well, then in that case, how can I say it, Davia? With a woman like you, strong, beautiful, knowing what she wants in life when she takes, there is literally nothing better. I have known other gods that have been less of a charming person.
You have met God.
Well, we all have occasionally at this point.
he says as he starts feeding it. The next horse comes up to him to feed.
But am I speaking with many personally? Again, the religious temple, you'd be amazed what you fucking see in there.
That is fair. My, though. You and Everin just. I am getting all the compliments to.
Just kind of smiles as he keeps patting, gets the next horse. He goes,
Well, as I've said before, Davia, in a lot of ways, is it a compliment if it's true?
She kind of gives him like this suspicious squint of her eyes, but the smile's still on her face. Are you trying to get on my good side now?
he kind of stops and thinks. He goes, I wasn't on your bad side, was I?
I mean, more in the sense of, are you trying to get on my good side? So, because you are looking for something?
Well, if you're going to offer something, he says as he gets. By the way, he's still shirtless. He never got dressed. So you quite literally have that classic working in the stable boy scene.
Amazing. I'll say though that the whole time when she was either just kind of like looking off or like looking at her nails, she's just enjoying the sight.
Yeah, because he was still in his Forge outfit.
Fair.
I mean, if you're offering, Davia, as he looks around, they do say a roll in the hay is a lot of fun.
Arches a brow. Before I continue off with that, you do know that there are a few different meanings for that?
I am aware of at least several, yes. I was referring to, perhaps the middle ground of extremities.
So the less, what is the word I'm looking for? Scandalous.
Perhaps a little less, but it's still a good time for everybody involved.
She looks over towards the hay. Thoughtful look on her face. Unfortunately, hay does not seem the most comfortable, but if you can find better arrangements, I would not be against.
Jubei kind of starts looking around as he realizes, like, oh yeah, I'm walking into this again. Yes, but yes, I see. He looks around again. Well, he's gonna walk over. He goes up, kind of like disappears for a moment, reappears with like thick blankets and pillows from the horse trade. Places them over the hay, like a hay mattress.
He would. She kind of gives like a low, impressed whistle. Well, rather innovative of you, all right.
He kind of
Hops
looks up
down
and
from the fence.
kind of takes her up by the arms and kind of brings her in and goes, "Well, I was a farm boy."
Again, very charming. And she just kind of like gives a light push against his chest, her following after. And we could say that they have a nice long session.
A nice canoodle.
And to the point where once they figure people might start looking for them to check to see if they're actually taking care of the horses. Davia like picking herself up and lightly brushing her thumb over her lips and looking down at the mess that she's made of his face.
Which he's probably just covered.
Absolutely.
He's more stick than man. He's more lip than man. You just see a big stupid grin on his face.
That is adorable. And she's like, is that what you are looking for?
Yes. And perhaps a little more.
Toothy grin. And you know, these could always get continued further another time.
Oh, I think yes.
This poor boy.
Poor.
And she reaches out a hand to help him up. Do you think you can support yourself on your feet? Are you too dizzy?
Oh, I am. The blood did rush, but I think I am okay.
Helps him up anyway to be sure.
I love it that you're the one with like 5 points of exhaustion. You're helping him up.
You're back to
Yeah.
6. You can no longer move.
Ignoring the pain.
Yeah. She gets up.
Well, that was that was a lot of fun.
He looks back at the horses and pats it on the neck.
Who knew feeding the horses would have been so eventful?
It was less feeding the horses and more that you got a silver tongue on. Well, literally and metaphorically.
He looks around.
Well, at least on the plus side, I don't suppose the horses will tell anyone.
They might, but she gives a very like checking over his face type and neck type of look. Your physical appearance does not leave much to the imagination.
Yes. Just look at Jubei as he picks out a couple strands of straw from his hair.
Oh wait, and a reminder as well, he is shirtless, so there would obviously absolutely be marks over other parts of his body.
Yeah, he is just scratched up. And just kissed up and
Yep.
Yep.
Perhaps I should find a shirt before we leave.
I don't think that's necessary.
Well, I suppose you're right. I am the lord of the castle. If I want to walk around like this, I can.
Looks over Davia. Right.
Oh, absolutely. She's giving him a look that is very much a mix of like a come hither look, but also like I am keeping myself in.
Restraint.
Yes.
I don't need another point of exhaustion, damn it.
Exactly.
Uh, Jubei gets up with her in her hand and walks her over and goes,
Well, this was quite pleasant, but is there anything else you wish to do today, Davia?
Me?
Well, I mean, I just had a lot of fun.
You say that as if it was very one-sided.
Oh, I hope it wasn't completely, at least.
She steps in real close to take his hand in hers and just interlace their fingers together. Not one-sided that
you cut out, but I'm just going to say, knowing what you were probably going to say, he just turns beet red regardless.
not one-sided at all.
Okay, yeah. Just turns beet red.
Yes, I'm glad to hear it.
Let's see. Something that I want. Gives a very pointed look at him up and down, just like, well, there was one thing for sure, but we are both a bit too exhausted, so I will put that on the back burner.
Just look, Jubei looks up and thought for a second, eyes wide, and you just see like sweat almost starting to drip from him.
Yes, fair enough.
Let's see. Actually, like, has a genuinely thoughtful look on her face. She thinks it over. Her op. Oh, I know. She gives a tug on his hand to have him follow.
He does so.
Eventually leading him to a more private part of the castle, some whatever room that might be where there's furniture to just lounge. Once, ooh, maybe crap. What was that room? Remember that RP we did where the two got like super drunk and then woke up with like tangled up with each other?
That was the sitting room, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it was like a fireplace. We were on the chairs and we just got hammered.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that place. Because it was a bit out of the way, right?
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's whatever we want it to be.
Fair. All right, she leads him over towards there then, and once in there, gives another once like she did before, a little firm push to the chest to get him to lay down on the couch, and then moves herself in to settle just on him and a little off, so her back is pressed to the back of it. Mostly just kind of cuddled up on him, and adjusting his arms once again to wrap is just like, all right, I like to just spend some time with you and talk.
Well, that's easy enough.
He says as he kind of snuggles up with her.
Is there anything particular you wish to speak about with me today?
Tell me more about yourself. Things that I don't know about.
Well, that is fair.
He stops to think about it. What he would tell. Topics of conversation he hasn't mentioned to her that.
Well, well, I was mentioning about my days back as a farm boy with my parents earlier.
Oh yes, what was that like?
It was quite a peaceful, fun life, actually. As I said, it was good times with my parents. My father took me out to the fields to work, and as I said, I often had to take care of the horses and make sure everyone was fine. I played with the children around the village often. Yeah, mind you, back then, even then, I got into quite a few fights, to be honest.
You did sound like to be quite the troublemaker when you were younger.
Oh, bit. The fights were not always my fault. I did have this one big boy. He was probably about 5 years older than me, and he was picking on one of the little kids in our village. I didn't actually care for it, so I headbutted him in the nose and then kneed him in the crotch.
A little hero, were you?
Oh, I don't know if I was so much a hero, because afterwards he then picked me up and tossed me into a pile of manure and beat the living crap out of me. I'm strong, but a 5-year-old doesn't stand a chance against a 12-year-old.
Perhaps that is why you make such a good warrior. You are not afraid of things that are clearly bigger and stronger.
I can't help this boy, but he goes, "Well, it's not like I'm scared of you."
That gets like a playful little whap of her tail against his cheek. You are not wrong.
But apart from that, well, I mean, it's actually there where I learned origami with my mother.
How long did you take you to get good at it?
Yeah, it took a while. My mother used to make them when I was a baby for toys and such, and I was so fascinated by them I refused to not give up and learn how to do them just like her. I used to spend literally entire nights till the sun rose up trying to make my first paper crane when I was just a little boy.
Rather stubborn, were you?
Oh, to the fullest. But I did eventually make my first paper crane, and after that I started making, well, all the other ones over the years. And then I kept practicing at it every day back at the temple as well.
Do you ever find yourself missing it?
The temple?
Well, yes, that, but also doing those sorts of things with your family.
You mean the simple life?
Yes.
I won't lie, part of me does miss it a little. There was a simplicity to just being able to get up in the morning and make the world easier. I always had a feeling my father, well,
He kind of looks over at the magical blade at his hip.
I always suspected there was something my father never did tell me about my family heritage. I don't remember if I told you this or not, but he was not exactly thrilled when I was taken to the temple.
You did mention, yes.
Well, I wonder if he was against the idea partly due to he knew something about our history, something he was terrified that would come out in that temple.
Do you have any idea what sort of thing?
I wish I did. There's something there. Unfortunately, the only person at this point who probably could answer that question is Skygore.
Hmm. Speaking of him, do you still find yourself dreaming and thinking of him often, like how it was when we first met?
Not as much, at least, though occasionally the nightmares do come back.
And he just looks at her and kind of holds her hand.
Often when you're not nearby.
Well, I suppose that means I just have to be around constantly, hmm?
I think that would be the best thing that could occur to me.
Mm. Just kind of gives a soft little smile to herself, and while he was talking, she's just kind of tracing these like little invisible little patterns on the center of his. You know, recently I was sort of wondering what it might have been like if I had never found myself on that sheet. What my blood family might have been like. I have pieces of memories, of course, but they're very blurry. I remember my mother. I do remember one scenario of her hands were in mine. I think there was music playing, and she had me standing on top of her feet as she taught me how to dance. It's mostly just sort of carrying me around on her feet and calling it dancing, but I don't remember her face. As for my father, he had the thing that I could do with the glowing eyes. I don't remember much at all about him. I can't remember if they were kind people or strict or spoiled me.
Kind of just holds her.
Well, I can't say anything for certain, but
And he kind of looks at her.
if your parents are even remotely responsible for you, Davia, they were probably wonderful people.
Probably. I know when I first met my captain, I remember the warmth of their bodies as they held on to me. I felt something a little wet. It might have been one of their tears. And they were saying something, probably begging. I can't remember the exact words.
I see. Davia, can I ask you a question about these?
Yes.
It's not something I can do now, but if there was a way for me to clear the memories for you, to make them more prominent and clear in your mind, would you want that?
Her tracing stops for a moment. I I honestly don't know. On one hand, yes, I am very curious to know what sort of people they were, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter anymore.
Kind of looks over, goes,
I am not so sure about that much, at least. I mean, who they were does matter at least a little.
But knowing who they were and what they were like isn't going to change the fact that they are gone, and isn't going to bring them back, isn't going to change that I became the sort of person that I am.
Kind of looks. Oh,
Not entirely sure if. Well. Not entirely sure if it would be good to know or be able to estimate what they might have thought.
I see. Two-Face just gonna look as like, I can't again be certain of what they would or would not think, but I'd like to think they'd understand, Davia, and I think they'd be happy for you at this point, at least.
Hmm. It's it's a little strange, I'll admit. Um, on one hand, there are the people who gave birth to me and wanted me and wanted to be whatever it is they wanted me to be. But at the same time, I never really got to know them, so it's like we are talking about strangers.
That is possibly in part true, I suppose. But, and he's just gonna stroke Davia's hair and goes, honestly, Davia, you can glean a lot about who a person was based off the children they had. There is something with you that is. There is a part of you that just never died away, Davia, no matter what happened to you. I can't help but think that whatever that part of you that has always lingered is good. I think that is the part your parents left you.
So, you think they were good people then?
He kind of stops and thinks. I believe they must have been at least. He stops and goes, actually, Davia, very much at the little you told me, I'm sure they were good people.
She returns to tracing the little patterns that she had been making. Through this whole talk, her expression has just been very neutral. And before she kind of looks away from what she's doing to glance over. My apologies. I did not mean to bring up something that, now that I think about it, is probably not the most pleasant conversation.
Two-Big kind of looks at her and shakes his head. Not at all, Davia. I'm very glad you did bring this up.
It's just a little strange to think about. Honestly, through all my traveling with my captain and crew, and then on my, they never crossed my mind before. She trails off, furrow coming to her brow. No, no, there was a period of time, I think, that I did think of them. The first month, the second, kind of holds her head for a moment, thinking really hard. No, it might have been in the beginning. I did think of them constantly. And then eventually they never crossed my mind again.
Jibby just kind of hears her say that. There's kind of a slight sadness to his face when she says it too, as he, in his mind, he kind of figures why that was probably the case.
I see. Well, Davia, perhaps you stopped thinking about them, but
And he's just gonna put his hand on her chest.
I somehow doubt you ever stopped truly feeling for them. Somewhere deep in there.
Has a contemplative look on her face. Then shouldn't I feel something listening to you talking about your family? I can hear how much you miss them and hear your fondness for them, but I just feel nothing.
Jibby kind of looks over at her near teary-eyed eyes from the statement, but
Perhaps, or perhaps you simply. Perhaps it's simply you can't at the moment. Your mind won't let you again, but
and he kind of just strokes her hair again. He's like,
at this point, it doesn't matter what you feel or how you feel. It's just that you care enough to feel. I guess I don't know.
he kind of looks off because like,
I think it's just simply put, Davia, that it's a case of perhaps one day you will care again, and I hope I'm there for you if you do for it, but they are, as you said, a memory to you at this moment. But I still think they shaped you in some way, no matter how small.
Reaching up, she lightly brushes her thumb to the corner of his eye. Why do you look so sad?
I can't help but think of the person who you are, Davia, and I can't help but be sad for what you had lost for it.
You have a painfully kind heart. Here I am saying that I don't exactly feel anything, and here you are feeling sad for me. It's okay. I did not bring up the conversation due to sadness, just curiosity.
Perhaps, but nevertheless,
He's just gonna wipe a small tear from his own eye.
I will always be there for you, Davia, and any pain you have, I will feel for you. And do not think for a moment that that means you shouldn't tell me everything.
So, you want me to let you know when things aren't great, I assume.
Yes, Davia, I want you to tell me when you are in pain or even when you are apathetic. I want to be there for you. If you need help, I want to make sure you have someone to help you. Even if it's just trying to remember something in your past.
Well, even though I hadn't asked for it before, you were there for me when I, you know, when I sort of just stopped feeling anything at all, you were there. With the things that we are seeing and the things that I was hearing, it was very overwhelming. And as you saw, I wanted to run away from it, pretend it wasn't there, forget about it. But I couldn't. And it's probably good that you are there to stop me from running, because I don't know when I would have stopped. And once it just reached this point where I thought I was going mad, it just stopped. And where all this overwhelming feeling was, there was just nothing. And I'd almost forgotten that feeling. I worked my best when I felt that way, but in that moment it was a little out of nowhere. And I didn't entirely feel like myself.
I see.
And he just kind of once again looks at her and goes,
As I said, Davia, and I mean it then and here, I will always be there for you when you need me to be. No matter what.
I know. You've proved to me time and time again. So, I know. And like I said before, I doubt that I'm suddenly entirely better or as good as I may feel now. I don't know if there will ever be something that sets it off again. So, all I ask is that if we face something or something happens where I get like that again, I just ask you, try to snap me out of it.
Juby just looks her and kind of holds her and goes,
I promise, Davia. If you ever find yourself lost again, I will be there to bring you back.
She holds him tightly in return. And if we're being fully honest, I sort of worry that someday that sort of feeling might happen again, and I won't ever be able to get back to myself. So, if you can help it, make it so that that doesn't happen, that would be great.
Juby kind of just gives almost a nervous laugh.
I promise, Davia. I will make sure that you will always have feelings.
It just kind of tightly holds her and gives her a kiss on the forehead.
You know, despite how much I always complained about them, it's not always bad.
No, it's not.
Aww.
And I think that's probably a good spot to say where they fall
Yep.
asleep on the couch. But as they do so, I'm just going to say he's going to hum her the lullaby.
Aww.
Because I think that would be a perfect spot for him just to sing the lullaby to her as they pass out together.
I love it.
Oh, it was great.